Okay, guys, be cool, be cool. Missy is here. She's new. Don't scare her away. Okay, guys, be cool, be cool. Missy is here. She's new.
Shit,
Don't
I left my
scare
thing
her
on.
away. Okay, guys, be
Repeat.
cool, be cool. Missy is here. She's new.
Shit,
Don't
I left my
scare
thing
her
on.
away. Okay, guys, be cool. Fuck, I could not have made that any more fucked up. I'm just kidding. Well, no, I'm not. There's no kidding to that. I was trying to be cool. Anyways, you guys, I love you so much. I hope you're all doing well tonight. Give me 1 second. I'm like reaching, leaning, in betweening. I'm here. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We we have a lot to watch today. And so I had to throw together dinner already for my daughter. So, and for myself, which I have not eaten yet, I'll do that. But I have like a mashed potato bowl that I've made here for myself. I'd love to hear what what you're having for dinner tonight. And if you didn't like what you had for dinner, go ahead and tell me what you wish you had. Look, I'm trying to get a cheese pull in front of my cleavage. I think that's what YouTube Daddy wants. Cheese pull in front of cleavage, right? Is that the magic formula? Anyways, I hope you guys are all doing well. Tonight we have uh an old favorite. Sorry, I'll turn that off. An old favorite of, oh, okay. Laura in Michigan has made some
Oh,
amazing three cheese
yeah.
manicotti. Woohoo, Cherry B. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Please go ahead and clock in for your shifts, guys. If you're new here, we clock in by hitting that like button. Um, seriously, I feel like a DJ. I'm leaning because my mouse is not working properly. Anyways, not your problem. That's a you problem, kitchen. Um, Cheese and cleavage go together like peanut butter and jelly, Jerry Gray says. I agree, Jerry. Mac and cheese grosses you out. Well, this is potatoes. This is a potato that has an inordinate amount of sour cream in it. You know, I'm a sour cream vessel type of person. I think I do need batteries. I swear to God, I need batteries. They say if you lick them, you can lick the batteries and then it'll like get better. I don't know. Maybe that's probably a bad idea. Don't do this. Not like anybody's gonna do what I do anyways. So we're watching divorces tonight. We're gonna start out in Matthew Hagen's room. I'm gonna get my background properly set up so that I can mimic him. And it's okay. It's just they're little batteries, so they fit in my mouth just fine. Uh, just kidding. You can fit big batteries in my mouth. Okay, so we are gonna start with this, and then I'm going to interlude with what I personally think is the funniest divorce judge I've found. And we will need to keep a counter going that has his favorite joke of the day and how many times he tells it because he powers through some divorces, I tell you that. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Oh, med check, med check, med check. Oh, med check, also battery check. But med check means if you take medications, go ahead and take those or think about taking them. And if you don't, come and tell us what that's like. Les Gardner says they had potato salad, him and Jody, and chicken salad sandwiches. That's a lot of salad, but I am so there for it. Guess what? I don't think, well, I'll be honest, the mouse is working a bit better now. Mm, but it stopped. So I might just have to. Oh. I'm gonna steal some batteries. Oh, I think these are the wrong size back. Oh, this is a bigger problem than I thought, you guys, because now I have turned off my second monitor. I hope you can still hear me. You probably can still see me. I can't see myself. I can't see you. I can't see anything. I'm just praying that it stayed working. Oh, did it? Maybe? Having a fun day. 10 out of 10. Oh man, that was scary. Also, did we figure out what the batteries were? They are the right size. We're going to switch these out. And that'll keep us safe from that battery. Are they? I don't know. Anyways, okay. What's up, Orlando Chiquita? Thank you so much, friend. Yeah, they're the right size. Okay, perfect. We're gonna do that. Hi, Harmony. So, without further ado, let's just get this started so that I can get out of the way. Also, if you don't like all the gambling, this might not be the place for you, but also you can just hide, or sorry, block Streamlabs, and it will be okay. I promise. So, warning, this is a divorce. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know what we're going to do, but it's Matthew Hagen. We know Judge Surfer Dude, Judge Lockhart, we have many names for him.
Teed up too. Okay, I think it's working. So we wouldn't have this issue. And then of course, once everyone's here, we do. So I think it's working now. Mr. Tommaso, this is your client's initial motion. So I'll start with you, whether you want to give an opening statement or whether you'd like to present evidence.
Yes, we would waive our opening statement at this time, Your Honor.
And Ms. Lentz, any
I'll
opening?
also waive, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, well, immediately we can say thank you to both lawyers, and that's different. This was a referral from Lucy, by the way, guys. Thank you, Lucy, for always sending me random stuff. For some reason, my email doesn't always work, but Jenny gets it to me. Let's continue on, but I'm so glad that Judge still has his background. I'm about to put my background the same. You'll see.
Thanks.
We would call Mr. Colin Smith. I believe he's in the waiting room, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Good morning.
Mr. Smith, are you wearing a hoodie? You guys, it totally worked. The mouse is way better now. Oh my god, I feel dexterous. Just move myself all over the place. Okay. Let's get us going here. Oh, so much better.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. So, my name is Matt Hagen. I'm the referee in this matter. You've been called as a witness by Mr. Tommaso and his client. He'll have some questions for you. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Lentz may have some questions for you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Tommaso.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Colin Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm the elementary principal at Grand Traverse Academy.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been in this position about 5 years and an employee at GTA since 2011.
And just for the record, I know it's commonly used. GTLA is an acronym or is short for Grand Traverse Academy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said you'd previously been employed. What position previously employed for Grand Traverse Academy?
Previously, I was a junior high science and technology teacher, as well as an elementary teacher for 4th, 5th, and 6th grade.
And for the record, what is the address of the school?
It is 1245 Hammond Road East, Traverse City, 49686.
And you said you're the principal for the elementary school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And for Grand Traverse Academy, what does elementary school, or what are you the principal over?
So primarily the kindergarten through 6th grade classes, although I do have some oversight of the preschool as well.
And as your role in a principal, what is your job description essentially?
Real short description of it would be everything administrative that goes with running a school, as well as coaching teachers, interacting with parents, making sure that stays.
Hold on for 1 second. Are we really defining what we all know to be a job, what job a principal does? Like, this is ridiculous. Also, Credence and Mikey in the house. Hi, Mikey. I hope you're doing well today. Great court as usual. from my guys over at Credence and Mikey. If you're not already following them, that's craziness, but you should be. OGs in the house. Seriously, this is already, I feel bad for Matthew Hagan, who looks like he is repping kitchen court cases because I haven't moved my thing yet. Oh yeah, make sure you guys have clocked in for your shift, please. I'm gonna check in a minute.
Local, federal guidelines are being met. I could probably go on for hours, but is there anything more specific you're looking for? Or?
Yeah, is your job a year-round process, or is it just school year? What kind of entails with that?
It is a year-round process.
And so during the school year, is your office located in the school?
Yes, my office is in the school. Spend a majority of the day kind of bouncing from classroom to classroom as well, though.
And when you go from classroom to classroom, what are you observing, or what are you trying to help with?
I'm either there to help support teachers if there's any behavioral academic needs that need support at the time, providing some feedback to teachers to help improve their ability to teach their students, or just checking in on any of the programs or anything else that might be going on that day.
And do you provide any oversight or any type of, as you said, feedback, but for teachers on a yearly or monthly, or what type of basis would you do anything like that?
If one of these people is not a teacher, I am going to lose it. I don't understand what the questions are about. This makes no sense already. And I said, I haven't watched this yet. All I know is this is in front of Matthew Hagan, kitchen court cases, friend of the court, allegedly. And that's it. But sometimes the questions lawyers choose to ask just really gets me. I just don't get it. And thank you so much, Georgia Peach. Thank you for being here. And Gino, I think I saw, did you send me a picture of a moon or something with the fire? I think I saw that. I thought this was a divorce too, Jerry, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. The next don't worry though, guys. I got like 8 rapid fire divorces on deck. Don't worry. I don't think we're playing word games just yet, but we'll see, depending on how late this goes. How late can we go?
Yes, so there is a yearly evaluation that we're required to do, which is always completed by the end of the school year. But throughout the year, there's a variety of different walkthroughs, observations, sit-down meetings to give feedback from any observations that we've done. I would say on average, there's usually about 3 or 4 hour-long observations that are done with post-observation discussion, and then there's walkthroughs anywhere from a couple times a week to daily.
And what is the designation of your school? So is it a public school, private school?
Yeah, we are a public charter school.
And when you say public charter school, can you just explain that? That's traditionally people might not know exactly what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's always a lot of confusion over that, of if there's tuition or anything like that. But we are a tuition-free public school. Being a charter school, we receive our charter through a university that has Overwatch.
Hi, yeah. Also, oh, thanks, Georgia. There's a reason I don't have my own Discord. I'm not responsible enough for that. Also, if you're new here, there is a very, what I'm going to call one of my infamous cases that I've covered. I think we called it divide. Oh, anyways, divisive divorce drama. It happened in this jurisdiction, and there was a lot of talk about what schools these children could get sent to. And the parents were talking about spending $50,000 a year, and God forbid they go to public school. And oh my God. And I'm just laughing thinking about the difference in the testimony that we get, even in the same jurisdiction, in front of the same referee. So you have to remember that, right? Like he's been hearing, I just think that's interesting. Anyways, let's continue on. This will let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes.
So ours is through Lake Superior State University. And then, with that charter element, we're kind of our self-contained unit. We have everybody from the teachers, the students, to the principal, superintendent. Everybody's in one building. So we're kind of a very close-knit community here.
And legally, is there any difference of being a charter school compared to a private or a public school?
As far as legally from a private school, yes, just because they do have certain rules and regulations that they are not required to follow. But from a traditional public school, there's not a whole lot legally different. Pretty much run the same. We get the same state funding, have to meet the same guidelines, follow the same standards, everything like that.
When it comes to enrollment in school, is that process a little different for a charter school?
That process is, yes. So as a charter school, one of the fears when charter schools first got started was that they'd only accept certain students and kind of take away a specific population from the rest of the public schools. So every charter school is required to conduct a lottery. That way, any new incoming student, everybody has the same chance of getting into the school.
Okay, so funny enough, and most of you will know this already, I'm Canadian. I live in Canada. And in Canada, I live on the west coast of Canada. And so French is much less common over here. However, French immersion, which as a school program, publicly funded and covered, is available. When my daughter, she's 14 now, turning 15, was going to school, I had to camp outside of the school in the morning before registration day, like at 3:00 in the morning, in order to get into the school part. Oh, Richard, thank you so much. Love it. Richard is a huge channel supporter and helps me with backgrounds and graphics and
Oh, yeah.
also with things like this. Larry Beaver. But he seriously helps. But anyway, so after though my daughter was in French immersion, she did get into the French immersion program. Go me. And that was great, but they changed the system to a lottery system after that fact. And so it's interesting because they don't have enough spaces for French immersion. So they have to do a lottery style system now where you get in based upon there's like a formula. But they have like a lottery, but also you can sort of skip the lottery if you have a sibling at the school. There's a bunch of different things. So anyways, let's see what's going on. Oh, and yes, I would absolutely like to know what you guys think that referee Hagen does in his free time. A festival goer and gets his freak on? Absolutely. I live in West Coast, BC, home of festivals, Shambhala, Tall Tree, all the crazy stuff. So
It's not weighted one way or another for anybody else. We run that generally through the month of March. And then after that, any other enrollments throughout the school year are open to if there are available spots. And it's a first come, first served basis on that.
And I guess I probably maybe should have put this on earlier. Are you the subject of this, or the subject of this hearing is Kira Krantz? Are you familiar with Kira?
A little bit, yes. Not, I don't interact with her every day, but I do know who she is.
And do you know currently what grade she is in or what program she's in?
She is in preschool.
And I think you had mentioned this, you more oversee kindergarten, but you oversee some of the preschool. So by being enrolled in preschool, would Kira have to go into the lottery, or how does that work to start kindergarten?
Yeah, so all of our preschool students still have to go through that lottery process to start as a kindergartner. But to be honest, I always tell every parent in preschool and coming in kindergarten that, kindergarten being all new students, it's pretty much the lottery is a check of the box. Once we get through the summer, spots do become limited, and then it becomes a little bit more of an issue. But every kindergarten who is incoming, whether it's from outside of GTA or from our preschool, does have to go through that lottery.
So Mr. Krantz had to at least put Kira's name into the lottery in order to save a potential spot for the fall. Is that fair?
Correct.
And do you know, did she accepted into the kindergarten program?
I can check really quick.
I can ask Mr. Krantz. That's not a problem. Yeah. Okay. And
I think they're talking GTA.
there
I
any type
think is
of-
Great Grand Traverse area. It's Michigan, so I think it's like the Grand Traverse area. I could be totally wrong. I mean, I live in Canada.
penalty, or is there any cost associated if Mr. Krantz, if the court ordered that Kira was to go to a different school, is there any financial penalty or any penalty that Mr. Krantz or Kira would, I don't want to say suffer, but become on them because he had signed her up?
No, there's not.
And is that spot then just given to another student?
That's correct. Yes.
And how many grades does elementary school cover in your school?
We have kindergarten through 6th grade, so 7 grades, and then including that preschool, that would be our 8th. But GTA does have 7th through 12th grade as well in the same building.
And how is kindergarten set up? And then as you progress through elementary school, how does that look for students?
So being a school with that wide of a range of students, we have 3 different wings of our school. So kindergarten is in our lower elementary wing. We have 5 kindergarten classrooms, 4 are your traditional kindergarten, so to speak. And then we have one that we call our Young Explorers, which is like a Young Fives or transitional program. The way I always describe that is like my youngest daughter turned 5 in November. Academically, she was ready for kindergarten, but socially, emotionally, kind of maturity wise, wasn't quite there. So it is legally kindergarten as far as the state is concerned, but they do what's called a planned retention. So those students do a year of Young Explorers, getting the foundational pieces, figuring out what school is, how everything works. Most of them are reading, their math by the end of the year, but then they do kindergarten again the following year. Just gives them that extra year to kind of mature, grow, learn some of those foundational pieces. And then our kindergarten classrooms are self-contained, so they're with their same teacher all day except for their specials times. They cover all the basics that are covered in any kindergarten classroom. We also cover, just being GTA, we cover a lot of character education because that's a big part of who we are. But other than that, again, I could go on for a while about exactly what the kindergarten entails. So if there's anything specific, please let me know. But yeah.
And I'm going to come back to the character side of it in a little bit. Once a child moves on to 1st grade, does your school do anything a little different or maybe untraditional with regards to classrooms going forward after that?
Yes, thank you for asking. So our school does use, we used to use a multi-age model where our 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th were together in order to increase a little more time with our students and for our teachers.
I'm sorry, did he just say 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th were together? Listen, I went to an independent family school, okay? 110 kids or something between 8 grades, like kindergarten to grade 7. Believe me, split classes, joint, all that shit. I'm well aware of the hippy-dippy way that things work. But grades 1 through 6 together? That sounds like a problem.
To have that ability to build a stronger relationship with them, we're going to a looping model, which would mean that our 1st graders, when they go to 2nd grade, they would have the same students and the same teacher for 2nd grade. So they're with their teachers for 2 years. Same with 3rd to 4th and 5th to 6th. And then as far as other kind of big differences go, kind of connecting back to that character, we do provide our students with a character report card 4 times a year on top of the academic report card.
And when you...
Okay, I need my character report card given in the chat immediately, please. They're in Michigan, aren't they? Yeah, I think they are. If there's a California connection to this case, I will not ever believe that it is not the way they assign things. Because all the cases with this guy has been California and Michigan.
You say
Big D, less. That's my character witness or my character report in the chat. The big D.
with the same teacher, what benefits or what have you found to be helpful or beneficial for that model?
Yeah, so really the core piece to that, and the reason that we've always had students with the same teachers for multiple years, is the relationship with our students. It's very easy for a school to just say, hey, we've got first graders, here's the first grade curriculum, this is what they need to know and how they need to do it. But the reality is every kid is different. And so having those students for 2 years, it allows our teachers to invest in them that first year, really get to know them, find out their strengths, their struggles, understand what helps them to learn the best. And that second year, continue that, not start the process over. So really that second year, we see a lot of growth with our students. They're gaining about 18 days of school from what research shows, just because they don't have to come in, get to know a new routine, new students, new teacher. We're able to differentiate a lot more for our students in those small groups. So again, those individual needs, we're a lot more purposeful and have a lot more information in order to meet those specific needs.
And
Chewing gum.
on average, what is the student per class average?
So starting in kindergarten, we do cap them at 18, try to keep them as small as we can. Again, looking at the research on that, the benefits of it are pretty clear. As they get older, the research doesn't show as much of a benefit, but there's no downside. So our classes do get slightly bigger, but we still aim for about 18 to 20 students per class.
And that would continue through the elementary age?
Correct. Yeah, that continues through 6th grade. And then junior high and high school, it really depends on that student population and what their needs are for graduation. But I would, again, say on average, each individual class there is going to average out to about 20 students.
What type of specials or other programs does your school offer?
Yeah, so all of our elementary students throughout the week, they get PE class twice a week. For kindergartners, they do get it 3 times a week just because they need a little extra movement. They get music once or twice a week, depending on the grade level. They get art once a week, and then they get Spanish 4 times a week. And as they get older in elementary, in 5th and 6th grade, that music becomes a band class if they want to continue in that. And if not, they have the ability to take an extra art elective instead.
And then, being a public school, do you offer any type of, if there's special needs or any type of programs to help either children that are, I just want to say maybe a little below some of the average student, are those other students in reading or science or math, or students are excelling? Is there any programs that can help with both of those?
Yeah, absolutely. So for all of our students, we do have a tiered system. So students who are doing well continue to get that in the classroom intervention. They're still going to get small group to address what needs they need. If they're struggling a little bit, that's going to be a little more targeted for them in the classroom, but we also have additional outside the classroom interventions for reading and for math. And then on top of that, if we're still not seeing growth, we do have the ability to implement an IEP for students after an evaluation is completed to see if they qualify or not. For students who are really excelling, again, that small class size really helps us to be able to push those students, give them something a little bit more geared towards those specific needs, as well as starting in 3rd grade, we do offer a class that we call GEMS. It's gifted and exceptionally motivated students. So that's for students who are moving at a little bit quicker pace, are working and scoring a little bit higher than their peers on average, just to be able to give them that extra attention that they need so they don't plateau.
Go back to, so kindergarten, maybe in an elementary, what?
We're sold. The kids are already on the list. Okay, Mr. Tomaso. I don't know. You guys clock in for your shifts, please. There's like 10 of you that have not done that yet. Don't want to have to talk about this again. Me and Matthew Hagan in our very same offices.
What is the, I guess, grading system? It's not a traditional A, B, C, D, E, F. What does your school, how does it grade? How do parents get feedback?
Oh, see, when I went to the special traditional school, we graded based upon feelings. So there was never a letter grade at all. It was all based upon like literally you self-graded yourself until you were in the 7th grade. And it was good, I'll tell you, but I mean you never fail yourself, tell you that much. Yeah, feelings. Like how did you feel about this class? How do you feel you've improved? How do you write it out with words and you use happy faces. It was a hippie school. It was called South Park. There's your first warning.
Back.
Yeah, absolutely. So our grading system, we have traditionally had a grading scale that's been more of a ABN or a 1, 2, 3 scale, because the research really shows that students who see that F, especially at a younger age, really, they're excited to learn. They're trying their hardest. If they see that a couple of times, they kind of give up. And we've always pushed with our students a growth mindset of, if you're not there right now, that doesn't mean you failed at it. That means we're going to keep working at it. So we've gone through a couple of different grading scales on the academic side and landed this last year on one where we do have an ABCN scale. And we have the ABC that reflects really what our high school grading scale is going to become, so that students, when they transition out of our elementary to the junior high and high school, they're kind of used to it. And
I'm sorry, did he say ABCN? What is going on? Missy, clocking in just means hitting that like button for your shift. It's very important if you're gonna hang out in the kitchen that if you can't make it to your shift, you get somebody else to cover it for you. That's really critical. So
see what that looks like. But instead of giving anything below a C, we have that N, which really stands for not there yet, really focusing on that growth mindset. For the character side of that, we do also have a grading scale, and we do use a 1, 2, 3. Grading a kid on kindness, there's no test for it. There's no real way to give a real evaluation for it. And we're not.
are you joking? I think it's way easier to determine if a kid is kind than if they're good at math. Are you joking? I can give kindness tests. Are you joking? Seriously. I have a very, very good sense of kids. I'll tell you who the fucking shitheads are. Don't you worry about that. There should be no worry about that. Hi KT. I think that the likes doesn't update everybody always. I try to get that on the screen. You know how it goes. But anyways, seriously. So a 1, 2, 3 on the like kindness scale, I guess I would be a 3N. Sounds like Judge Kim. Judge Kim's ratings, doesn't it?
There to place a judgment on anybody. Really, it's meant to communicate with home. This is what we see at school, because this is a team effort, and we want parents to be informed of what we're seeing. And so with that, on the character side, that 2 is, really, that's right where the student's supposed to be. A 3 is that they're above and beyond in that area for their age. And then a 1 isn't that they're failing or they're an awful person. It's just, this is an area that we're working on at school right now.
And can you go a little more into the character side? 'Cause I think that's a little unique or special to your school.
Yeah, absolutely. So really the character boils down to, our academics are very strong. We do consider ourselves a college preparatory school. And when our students graduate from high school, we do want them to have every option available to them, whether that's moving on to college or not. So academics, we do take very seriously, but we also feel that
I'm sorry. Aren't all schools college preparatory schools? You know me, I don't even read report cards. I am an anti-school person, but even silly, like I feel silly. Silly. I think somebody needs to check into this school and make sure that it's a real school. I'm confused too, Steffi. I don't even, you guys, I have as much information as you have if we've started at the same time. This was in Matthew Hagen's. I take the gifts that are given to me from the court mining gods, and this is one of them. What we'll do is we'll let this play out. Then I will put in some of the other referee I have who is just fucking on fire today with his jokes and so funny, and then we'll figure it out. We'll see where we're at.
It's equally important when our students graduate.
Oh my god, you guys, hold on. Are we eating our words? Did we all be like, oh, finally, lawyers that aren't going to bore us with an opening statement? And we're like, why didn't they do an opening statement to remind us what they're asking for? Because we have no clue. Shit. We got to be careful what we wish for. I do not wish that they didn't do opening statements. Hi, Charles. Hope you're good. Seriously, I'm like, we missed something. We missed the openings. But they waived. They should have waived them. No, this is not Paige coming up. It's Kmetz, I think his name is. I don't know. He's funny though.
That they're
Parents are divorcing because of the child's poor grades. Their poor kindness grades, especially. And keep in mind, this child's in preschool with Birdie. They go to the same therapist.
good people. There's no sense putting the most educated people out into the world if they don't have good character to go with it. And so that character piece we teach explicitly throughout the day. We wrap it in with the curriculum wherever we can. It really helps us to address a lot of different things or different needs that are going on in the classroom socially. And it's something that just is a continuous effort that we're putting forward with our students.
What specifically, just I know it's probably, what specifically are you looking for, or teachers looking at when they're looking at the character side?
So on the character side, we're looking at kindness, getting along, optimism, respect, responsibility, and work ethic.
Somebody make that down. Write that down into the. No, we're going
Looking
back.
at
What specific?
I would like this written into the chat, please. This is going to become part of our grading rubric. Again, this is the kind of shit I would fail at in school. Failed everything.
Just I know it's probably, what specifically are you looking for, or teachers looking at when they're looking at the character side?
So on the character side, we're looking at kindness, getting along, optimism, respect, responsibility, and work ethic.
Moving on to the more, I guess, traditional side, or would students be required to take standardized testing? Is that all the same as in every other school?
Yes, being a public school, we still fall into the requirements for the standardized testing. So starting in kindergarten, we do have 3 tests that they take. They're pretty basic and just gives us a quick idea on a bell curve of percentile where they're at compared to peers of their age and grade level of that time of the year. But starting in 3rd grade, we do have the M step that we're required to give our students as well.
And looking forward, after elementary, what's kind of the breakdown, or what would Kira be looking at when it comes to Grand Traverse Academy going forward after 6th grade?
Yeah, so after 6th grade, we start our junior high in 7th grade. And once they get to 7th grade, a few things do change. So they are changing classes every 55 minutes. They're not with the same teacher all day anymore. But they're kind of ready for that. They need that change in movement. The grading scale does go to that full traditional A through F, so that 7th and 8th grade year, they can kind of make sure they understand how that works and what that looks like before they hit 9th grade and those transcripts start to matter if college is their next plan. As they continue to get older.
So as somebody who went to a school and never ever got a grade until I was in the 8th grade, and I went to my first high school, junior high school, and first of all, I had always called my teachers by their first names. I'd never called a teacher Mr. or Mrs. I've never called almost anybody Mr. or Mrs. in my entire life, because I didn't call teachers that. I didn't that's not the way you speak to people's family. So I really had very little experience calling people Mr. or Mrs. And all of our teachers were named by their first name, and that's how you use them. So when I got to um, junior high school, I was like, started to try and call the teachers by their first name. They were like, it's Mrs. So and so to you. And I'm like, oh, okay, Joan, whatever. And they're just like, oh, we don't like that. And then and then they gave me letter grades, and I was just like, what is going on here? Like, I thought we were going to talk about this. They're like, no, you just get a mark for the work. And I'm like, what? What about the whole like weighing it because I'm kind and optimistic and respectful and responsible? And they're like, no, that's not how that works. You're going to have to turn in your homework. And I'm like, whoa, I'm not going to do that. And that's pretty much why I failed. So, but yeah, it was quite a shock when I finally got into real school. And I used to think about it as like American style school, like, oh, have a locker. Like a locker to me was amazing. And like calling your teacher Mrs. So and so or Mr. So and so. Just all of that to me was just like baffling. And yeah. But teachers love me because I went to this school where they really encourage you to talk and think about things. And so I mean, I can divert a class for hours. I can literally take people off track for hours on any subject that I want. And so that's pretty useful as a kid because not every teacher can resist that. And when you realize that, you have a lot of power. I can sway a whole classroom of kids my way. My God, getting them chanting to go outside. Oh, I was horrible. Much better to let me just read in the corner quietly, not make me get involved. That's the lesson most of them learned. Did I go to Degrassi? No. Wish. That was Canadian though, wasn't it?
We do offer a lot of different opportunities for them to kind of figure out what that next step is going to be. Starting all the way back in 7th grade, we have them go on a tour to career tech. Gives them an opportunity to see what programs are there, so that if they have an interest, they can see that maybe they have something they can pursue there to get a leg up on it. Students take a lot of our students take advantage of that program. They take classes, get certifications, and some of them have a career the day they get their diploma. Others go in, they get experience and certifications that help them in their college or professional career moving forward. Or some go there and they realize that, maybe what I thought was interesting to me wasn't really what I wanted to do. And try and give them the opportunity to figure that out while they're still young. We do offer some AP courses, but we do steer our kids more towards dual enrollment and NMC. There's a list of about, I think it's 25 courses that all colleges in Michigan have signed an agreement stating that they will accept those transfer credits as long as students pass. And so we steer our kids towards that as they get older, just because it gives them a great opportunity to get those done. They're paid for by GTA as long as they pass. But we've also had kids who said, I don't really want to take those core classes, but I've got time in my schedule and I'd like to start the flight program. And so kids have that opportunity as well.
So you do have a working or a relationship with NMC for students to be able to earn college credits going forward?
Yes, absolutely.
What about extracurriculars and things of that offered at your school?
Yeah, so in our elementary side, most of our extracurriculars start around 3rd grade. We have our sports starting then, so we have basketball, volleyball, soccer, track, and cross country. We also, as they get a little bit older, have a couple of clubs in elementary. We've got some outdoor clubs. We've got a robotics club. A lot of those clubs, though, kind of come and go depending on student interests. So there might be a huge interest in something we don't have right now next year. And as long as we have somebody interested, we'll get that up and running. As they get older, they get a few more sports like baseball, softball, tennis. We have a junior high and high school robotics team. They've got a whole bunch of clubs regarding student interests as they get older as well. So there's quite a few options for students.
Band, choir,
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So band and choir are also available on elementary. Band starts in 5th grade. Choir starts in 4th grade, and that is usually a before school program. But once they get to junior high and high school, that is a class that they can choose.
Are lunches or is food provided to students at your school?
No, so students do have to bring their own lunches. We do have a milk program for our students. It's just 10 cents a day for milk, but we don't have a lunch program.
Is there any type of pantry or something if a student were to forget lunches?
Yes. Yeah, we do have a food pantry when students forget their lunch, something happens, or for families who might need that support.
And what about the dress code? Is there for your school?
So we do have a uniform. So in elementary, it's dark blue pants, shorts, or skirt.
Oh my God, Lisa, you're right. She's going to fall asleep. Elena Lentz up there is literally going to fall asleep. Also, 10-cent lunch or 10-cent milk program? What the fuck? That can't. Why would you even run it? Why would you charge 10 cents? Why? You're absolutely subsidizing that. You can't tell me that the dime is going to make anything about. Richard, I have no clue what this case is about. We have no clue. But guess what? If I have to figure it out, you guys have to figure it out too. I don't want to sit and watch it first and then be like, well, that was fucking lame.
And then it's a light blue polo with the GTA logo on it. We do have a little bit of flexibility with that. On Fridays, we have our spirit wear, which is the same pants, shorts, or skirt, but then it's any GTA t-shirt, sweatshirt, fleece, anything like that.
And with regards to your schedule, is that any different than what is your weekly schedule for students when it comes to start time and time, things like that?
Yeah, so our start and end times next year are shifting a little bit from this. We have a before and
I don't
after school
care.
program.
I am buzzing forward on him.
Yes. Does that mean you want a breakout room or are you texting him?
May I text them?
Do you see what happens? Do you see? I skipped ahead for 20 seconds and now fucking Judge is talking about a breakout room. This is why we don't do this. Just follow your rules. Don't skip it. You gotta go back. This is the problem. You have to go back. I'm mad at myself. It's me I'm mad at. It's not you guys, it's me.
Care. And so before school, that starts at 7 o'clock. Students can go to their classroom starting at 7:45. And then after school, Monday through Friday, that does go until 6 o'clock. There's a small fee with that, but it's pretty reasonable, especially before school. And if you're just there for a little bit after school, it's pretty reasonable.
What happened?
Your Honor, may I just have a brief second to chat with my client just to make sure there's no other questions that he would?
Yes. Does that mean you want a breakout room or are you texting him?
May I text him? I don't want to be on my phone. It's a little different
Okay.
virtually.
Yep.
Oh fuck. All right, we're flipping.
At Grand Traverse Academy, has there ever been a student that was expelled?
No, there's
Whoa,
not.
she getting on to all the good
6
stuff. Never mind. She's straight into it. Straight into it. John has a sad beard, Mikey says. Carl has a power beard comparatively. Colin looks like a kid who has snuck into the gym office to do this Zoom call.
In the 5 years that you've been a principal at Grand Traverse Academy, has there ever been a student that was expelled?
No, there's not.
Ever been a student that was suspended?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that even after all of these positives that you've mentioned for Grand Traverse Academy, they're not necessarily helpful to all students?
I would object. That's very argumentative, Your Honor. That's a very broad argumentative question.
Well, it's cross. I mean, it's a little. I mean, I think if he can answer it, he can. I mean, he may not be able to speculate on it, but I don't know that it's argumentative. You can answer, sir. In other words, Mr. Smith.
All right, so I would argue that it does benefit all of our students to give more information on any suspensions that we do use. We have a system for our behavior where that is our last case, kind of last option that we use. Really, it's only for times where there is some situation where other students are put in danger, where a student has been injured, and for a lot of times, the research on suspension isn't always positive. So a lot of times, suspension isn't used necessarily as that punishment, but it's a break for the students to move past that situation and have the ability to re-enter the classroom kind of fresh after we've made steps to resolve any issues.
Would it be a fair statement to say that a school's ranking doesn't necessarily determine a particular child's success level?
I think it'd be fair to say that a school's ranking doesn't guarantee it. But I think a school's ranking can help predict the potential as long as the student and family are involved and have that same desire.
And Grand Traverse Academy does not have a hot lunch program, right?
Correct.
Do you have a bus program at Grand Traverse Academy?
No, we do not. Some of our students do utilize the beta bus, but that is through their system. So that's something that they set up with them.
And beta bus, just for clarity, that is just like the city bus system here in Traverse City?
Correct.
And isn't it?
You call it the beta bus? Stop. What? Why would you do that? They call it the beta. Oh my god. Oh, not only are kids having sex while they're in high school, but I literally had sex in the high school. It's an old school. There's an attic and a staircase. And
True that Grand Traverse Academy was previously investigated for federal fraud because of the misuse of funds?
That is incorrect. GTA was not, but a previous, I don't know his actual title, but one of the members who started GTA was investigated, but GTA itself was not.
Mr. Collins, or Mr. Smith, I'm sorry.
That's right.
By your first name. How many times have you met the plaintiff, Carl Krantz, prior to today?
To be honest, I can't put a number on that. I'm not 100% sure.
Have you met him prior to today?
I believe I have, but I see so many parents on a daily basis to be able to 100% say that, yep, I can remember on this specific day I met him. I couldn't with confidence say that.
So you really don't have any personal knowledge as to how Carl Krantz is as a parent to Kiera?
Correct.
And how many times have you met the defendant, Kristen Clark, before today?
I would give the same response.
So really, you don't have any personal knowledge about how Kristen Clark is as a parent to Kiera?
Correct.
Earlier, you testified that you, and I correct me if I'm wrong, that you know who Kiera is, but you do not interact with her every day. Was that about correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you really have any personal knowledge about how Kiera is doing at Grand Traverse Academy?
The knowledge that I do have is that she has been doing as expected for an average preschool student. She hasn't had any behaviors or issues that have risen to a level where I've needed to intervene. I do know when I've gone into the classroom, I've seen her and she seems to be getting along, doing well, following directions. But past that, I don't have any more specific information.
And you have oversight of the preschool, correct?
Me and our superintendent do, yes.
But you didn't attend the preschool graduation last week.
No, I wasn't able to.
And you mentioned that Grand Traverse Academy is tuition free, correct?
Starting in kindergarten, yes.
So in preschool, there is tuition though.
That is correct.
And how much was the tuition for preschool on a monthly basis?
That depends on what the parents have signed up for. And I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but it depends on if they're signing up for full days, half days, and the number of days that they sign up for.
Do you have any rough estimates?
It would be 100% speculation at the moment, to be honest.
And you mentioned that there's 5 kindergarten classes in Grand Traverse Academy.
That is correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Tomaso, do you have any redirect?
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's my understanding it's the last day of school, so enjoy.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
I would just ask to release him from the subpoena if that's okay.
Yeah, correct. He's released. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Tomaso.
Thank you. I would call Mr. Krantz.
All right, sir, if you'd raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Carl Kranz, Kranz.
Zed.
And- Give me 1 second, grab my wrong notes. And did you file this current motion in front of the court?
Yes.
And what is it that you are asking of the court today?
Asking the court to make the best decision on, on school for our daughter, Kira.
And just for the record,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Krantz, for finally giving us an opening. Thank you, Mikey. Doctor Waiting Room. That one sounds hard. Pesky doctors. So this is about the school. That dude, and I love how Lisa just pointed that out. He knows every single detail about that school except for the price, which is probably the one, right?
what's Kira's full name and just her age?
Kira Kranz, and she is 5 years old.
And is that the only child that you and Miss Clark share?
Yes.
What is the current custody order that's you and Miss Clark have?
We have equal custody, and the schedule is 5522.
When you say equal custody, that's joint legal and joint physical custody.
Yes, correct.
And can you just explain the 5225 schedule? That what would be your overnights and Miss Clark's overnights?
I have Kira every Monday night and Tuesday night. Ms. Clark has her on Wednesday night and Thursday night, and then we rotate every other Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the weekend.
Where's Kira currently enrolled?
Grand Traverse Academy.
And how long has she been there?
She started the preschool 2 years ago, so that would have been fall of 21.
And at that time, what type of program was she enrolled in?
She was full-time on Mondays and Wednesdays for the first year.
And this previous school year that's ending up, what has Kira been enrolled in?
She was enrolled in full-time, so that's 4 full days, Monday through Thursday, and a half day Friday.
Was that government full-time hours? Full-time's 4 full days plus a half day on Friday.
When you enrolled Kira full days this year, was there any discussion between you and Miss Clark about that?
There was.
And ultimately, what was done or what was decided?
It was decided that she was going to go back to Grand Traverse Academy, where she had already, previously been established, had friends, knew the teaching staff, and that she would be attending there.
Did she have the same teacher as she did last year?
Yes.
And I know the principal just testified. What benefits or what have you noticed or observed that you believe makes that helpful? That the part of that program that they utilize?
She was extremely comfortable going back for the second year. She had Lisa Paul again for the second year. She returned with, several of her friends that had, that were in the prior year, and just haven't seen, just the consistency of having that teacher again. Just seeing the growth, socially, academically, her ABCs, the stuff she's doing, the projects she's doing, her basic math skills, and it just the continuity of, going back to the same place again.
Going on that a little bit, throughout the last year, have you seen changes in vocabulary, Kira?
Oh, absolutely. It's it's growing in leaps and bounds, just having a conversation with her, and the vocabulary is expanded, her ability to tell stories and describe things, and recognition of just different things, as she's progressed. It's been leaps and bounds.
What about with regards to, I think you said math or counting? Is she able to do simple math, count to a certain point? Kind of where's she at with that?
She can do simple math, simple, addition, subtraction. There'll be times where she'll just start counting stuff out in the yard, or, counting, whatever it may be, and just, Dad, look how high I got. And she just, fluently keeps going. And then, just the simple addition, subtraction stuff that, she'll show me, and, we'll be watching, a video or something on TV, and it'll be one of those kids shows where it's, if I've got this many and now I don't have that many, what do I end up with? And she's, always excited to beat the video and telling me how many are left. So it's just, she's progressing.
What about on the personalities side? I know that Mr. Smith talked about the character kind of side of the grading. What have you noticed with regards to that?
She's very loving and caring. She cares about her friends. She cares about her family. You can definitely tell, that's a big part of their curriculum there. She's always talking about her friends there and what they do. And, I helped so-and-so today because they were having a bad day. So I was, I made sure that I was there to help them, and that sort of stuff, which is very, very good to see.
And did you then place Kira's name into the lottery for kindergarten?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the court why you did that?
Well, as Mr. Smith explained, they have limited class size there. So full well knowing that we were most likely going to be having this discussion at some point today, I had put her name in just to hold a spot for her, because if you don't put in for a spot, then there's no reason to have the discussion if there's not a slot held for her.
And you understand there's been a show cause filed against you in this matter, correct?
Yes, I do.
And if you hadn't put her name into the lottery, and that was, do you remember when that was done?
I would have to go back and look. It was done very early on. It was still late winter.
And is that about the time when the motion was filed?
Yes.
And if it was found that Kingsley was this, and I say Kingsley because that's from our conversations and the answer, that was the school Kira was ordered to attend, would there be any penalty or any consequences for you for having signed Kira up for that program?
No.
And with regards to that, if it was ruled or was ordered that Kira was to attend Kingsley Public Schools, are you able to get her to school?
Yes.
With the current parent?
Yes.
About how far of a distance is Grand Traverse Academy from where you reside?
It's about 10 to 12 minutes. I think it's about 6 or 7 miles.
And approximately how long would Kingsley's public schools be for you to get to?
It's about probably 18 to 20 minutes.
With regards to, do you know, or has it been expressed to you, does Kingsley have any type of, let me strike that. With regards to Grand Traverse Academy, what type of research or what did you do before you enrolled here in that program?
I read through a lot of information on their, their curriculum theory as far as their choice theory, where they're trying to build kids who are going to be adults that can go into the workforce as they progress. The whole, as Mr. Smith said, and I had read this previously in my research, that they're looking to grow good people. They want the children to self-improve every day. They take the opportunity to do a project, and then yes, they're graded on the project, but they also circle back and go, well, what could you have done different? How can you improve on this for the next project? And it's continuous improvement, which is a big part of our world today. It is continuous self-improvement and being driven to not just pass a class, but being driven to do the best that you can in that class, and being in the environment structured to promote that, I think is extremely positive. The opportunity to self-assess and see what you could have done better. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake, but to take the time to actually actively go back and look at that and see how you can improve on.
Mrs. Lentz looks like she needs a line. She looks like she can do with the line. Never mind. That's not appropriate.
On that for the next situation, that's great personal growth. And the fact that it's also coupled with, through elementary where they have the same teacher for 2 consecutive years, that's a big positive. I was fortunate enough when I was in elementary school and I went from 2nd to 3rd grade, I had the same teacher in a general public school. And that was a big help for me because like he testified to earlier, you don't have to learn the routines all over again. It's going back to what you were used to, and it just helps the continuity.
I don't know. We have to admit, somebody like me who was brought up on a similar system. Oh, this is what happens when you tell a kid that they are great all the time. You get this. And it wasn't my family, it was my school. They're just like, everybody, love. It is good. It is good, but I'm just.
I feel especially with the younger students.
Kind of piggyback off a little bit of the character side. How are you currently employed?
I work at Michigan Cat in Kalkaska, Michigan.
And in what type of job or description? What's your title?
I am our gas compression engine rebuild supervisor.
And is your job in a supervisor role? Do you oversee other employees?
I have 18 service technicians that report directly to me in Kalkaska. And then I oversee another 12 indirectly oversee another 12 between our Lansing location and our Saginaw shop.
And so math isn't great. That's roughly 30 employees.
Yeah, I have 30 technicians that I'm quoting work for, scheduling work for, invoicing work for, as well as working with the Lansing and Saginaw supervisors and store managers to make sure, schedules are being met, parts are logistically there, trucking's set up, we have the proper tooling for everybody.
And where I kind of wanted to go for that is you talked about previously, you just testified about graduating with maybe character and stuff. What have you noticed that from working with different employees that you maybe wish the schools had done previously that you see being done in Grand Traverse Academy to help them maybe be better employees or just better team members?
It's as we've grown, we have to continue to find ways to be a cohesive unit. And the self-assessment is a big part of what we have for employee evaluations, myself included. And the continuous improvement model that I see in the school is something that in the real world is out there. And that's, you know, one thing that I've noticed on that. Now, as far as building cohesive units, it's, you know, the larger we get, the harder it is, because much like class sizes, the bigger it is, you get to spend a lot less one-on-one time. So, you know, there's that as well.
What are some of the other attributes or positives that you saw with Grand Traverse Academy, and why you would like Kira to continue to go there?
Just the fact that I see just how caring the entire staff is for the children. I mean, they really, you know, it's in their mission statement. They want everyone to feel loved. They mean it. That they care about those kids. And, you know, as far as the emotional side of it, that's, you know, that's pretty important, that those kids feel safe and want to be there every day.
And kind of what have you observed or seen that would kind of make you show that when you're there?
Well, Kira is very, she loves to be outdoors. She loves to find things, collect things. She really likes finding rocks and stuff. And she's always finding stuff, you know, hey, Dad, can I take this in and give this to Mrs. Paul? This is her favorite color. Or, you know, my friend so-and-so's got this, but it's not just her friends, it's even the staff. So, just that family feel interaction.
And on your days, would you drop Kira off?
I do on occasion. I do not drop her off every day.
And would you see staff or interact with them during that, or how is drop off kind of handled there? Is there a car line, or is it?
There's a line you pull up, you walk them up. For the preschool, it's a little different. You walk them up to the classroom. There's the 2 preschool classrooms right there, and they'll buzz the door, open it up, and you know, always say hi to say hi to the teachers, and interact for a few minutes, ask them how things are going, and you know, just do a little checkup right there when I drop her off or pick her up.
Nothing, Lisa. I was just joking because you
With regards
I said I got to
to
1900
parenting
subscribers.
time,
Shut up for a minute, dude. I need to talk. I said I got to 1900 subscribers, and then you commented on something else, but you said no. I said everybody's happy for me. Thank you all, except for Lisa, who appears to be not happy, but I'm just joking. Seriously, thank you all for that. What was I going to say? I was going to say, is Daylight around, Daylight Disinfectant? Because last night, Daylight Disinfectant was talking about the earring size of one of the ladies that was in one of the cases. And I found a lady with even bigger earrings that I want to show later. So don't let me forget the earring case that I have as well.
how has that been going with taking Kira to Grand Traverse Academy? How's that work?
It's been going good. We've been, you know, on our exchange days, you know, whoever has her will drop her off, and the other parent will pick her up in the afternoon. It's been very easy.
Do you believe that's kind of made transitions for Kira a little easier and just going forward?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely made it easier for her, because she knows what day she's going to which house, and she just transitions, and she knows who's picking her up in the afternoon, and it's honestly very smooth.
And you're not asking for any type of change of custody or parenting time. This is just for schools, correct?
Correct.
Are there any
Come on, dude.
special, and I know preschool is a little different, but have you had conversations just about, and you know, kind of knowing your daughter as she gets older, what things may at the school that she might find very beneficial? Has she talked about any of that, you know, as she gets older, or is she still a little too young for? things like
I think
that?
she's still a little too young with that. I mean, she loves doing art projects. It's one of her favorite things to do. And I know that, there's opportunity there for that. So there's definitely stuff, only being 5, there's definitely stuff in her wheelhouse.
What about sports or anything? You talked about things like that, or she maybe
Not, she hasn't brought that up, and she's doing T-ball currently, but she's
Mikey, you know how you mentioned in some of the TPO cases that people dangle little things like necklaces or whatever that they want people to see? Do we think that maybe this lady, the guy loved her armpits and she's like trying to do a little secret armpit shot for him? She's got this tattoo that goes up the back of her armpit or her arm here. And I I only say this because in the beginning of the next part of these videos, she does a full armpit shot. And now I see another armpit shot. And that's not, we don't even kink shame here. Armpits are, I'm sure, many people's fetish. But wouldn't it be, these are the stories I make up in my mind. She's like, he's making me do this stupid school court hearing. I'm going to show him these pits that he can't get anymore.
you talked about things like that, or she maybe
not, she hasn't brought that up, and she's doing T-ball currently, but she's 5.
yeah. Overall, how do you believe, just from interaction, seeing that Kira is doing in the school, or your interactions with the school in general?
Interactions, talking with Mrs. Paul, she's very, she's one of the very caring students. She's always making sure, nobody's having a bad day. She's always there to comfort. She, plays with everybody. She interacts with everybody. I don't get the, why, I don't talk to this person or any of that sort of stuff. And as far as, academics go, she's progressing with, ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, adding, subtracting, word recognition. They do lots of different projects throughout the year. They've done farm projects and all sorts of different stuff. They'll do units for a week or two, and it's going very well. She interacts with all the other children. She's not, not removing herself. She's involved.
What are your concerns with Kingsley Public Schools?
The class sizes are larger, and you lack some of the one-on-one time that she would be receiving at Grand Traverse Academy. I think there's more opportunity as she gets older with Grand Traverse Academy to, whether she wants to do, with NMC and their close involvement there. The fact that there's more opportunity further down the road with Grand Traverse Academy.
At this time, I wouldn't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kranz, I wanted to follow up on something real quick before I turn it over to Ms. Lenz. When you talked about enrolling your daughter in preschool through GTA, you talked about that, correct?
Yes.
Earlier today, right? I'm just trying to throw you back so that we're
Yep.
back to where I'm looking through in my notes. You stated that there was a discussion with defendant Ms. Clark. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you said, my understanding of what your testimony was, is you said it was decided to keep her in preschool. Is that what you said?
Oh, for the second year, was that your question?
Well, to keep her, sorry, then it's not really even as specific as I'd like. The two of you, I'll just say it this way. Did the two of you discuss keeping her in preschool at Grand Traverse Academy?
Yes, we did.
And when you say it was decided, did the two of you decide that, or
what the option was given to me was that she wanted cure.
People don't get it. Judges listen. I fucking love him. First of all, I want to see a judge's notes so badly. I don't know what they notate. I don't know how they do it. I find it fascinating because I forgot. But I did have a question about that in my mind too, but I forgot. But I love that he zeroed right in on that. And here's the question, and Buddy's not answering it. The answer is probably no. I'm going to guess just by the way he's dancing around this that he went ahead and decided. But Referee Hagan is asking a very specific question. Did you both make the decision or not? That's a yes or no question. We don't need to know how many days beforehand or all that kind of stuff you had to make the decision by. We already heard all of that stuff. It's regardless. Irregardless, whatever. You know what I mean. I love you guys too.
To go to Kingsley, but she wanted her to be in the GSRP program, which is the state subsidized program. Kira does not qualify for that with my income. And I did not want to get in trouble for her being in a GSRP government subsidized classroom when my income exceeds what that program's going to allot. I also wanted her back where she had previously been.
Missy makes a good point.
Okay, but you were discussing that the GRSP with Ms. Clark, is that correct?
Yes, that had been discussed both years.
And so, but what I'm trying to get at, because you're aware there's a show cause issue at stake here, is if the two of you are having discussions and you say it was decided to keep her in GTA, who made that decision?
Ms. Clark said that if she didn't have to pay for it, she could go back.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is,
yes,
your testimony is the two of you agreed to keep her in that preschool.
We reluctantly agreed. How's that?
Sure. I mean, we're here for the court to decide the ultimate issue, right?
Yes.
You're aware, or from the pleadings or some of the discussions you've had with your attorney on the record, you're aware that Ms. Clark is requesting the court order Kingsley Public Schools.
Yes.
So I'm not talking about that
Yes.
part right now. All I'm talking about, I was just trying to clarify some of your testimony, because sometimes when people say it was decided, it's important for me as the court to know
Yes.
how it was decided. Okay. That's all I'm really getting at.
Mhm.
Okay. So when you say it was decided, what does that mean? Help me understand what that meant.
Yeah, it was, we ended up back there because I paid for tuition.
And both of you understood you were good. You had opposing views on school after preschool. Is that correct?
We had opposing views on school prior to preschool, and yes, prior and post.
How'd she end up at GTA preschool then, in general?
Well, to begin with, when she was going Mondays and Wednesdays, she had also been enrolled at St. Mary's of Hannah, which was a GSRP program, and I was not okay with that. And literally the Friday before preschool started, she was also enrolled at Cherry Knoll Elementary, which is a TCAP school. We had her enrolled in 3 places at once, and she was going to end up going nowhere. And we finally just took her to GTA. I took her to GTA because I didn't have any other option. It had been drawn down to literally the Friday before school started in 2021.
That's the other part too. So this was that decision for GTA preschool. That decision was made in 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she spent 2 years at GTA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know, and I have a feeling that Ms. Clark plans to testify, so we can ask her too, but do you know, has there been a standing objection to GTA for 2 full years?
She wants her to go to Kingsley, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lentz.
Well, Your Honor, may I follow up though off of those?
You can follow up on redirect. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want to move too far beyond. Selfishly, I didn't want to move too far beyond my notes so that I could draw lines to where my line of thinking was. That's all. You'll be able to have redirect. And I didn't really mean to interrupt Ms. Lentz's cross, but I figured I'd do it now, and then she can follow up on those questions, and you'll have redirect, and she'll have final questions, and we'll get back on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
All right. Mr. Krantz, page 3 of your motion to determine schools filed on January 11th, 2023 reads, defendant agreed to enroll Kiera in Grand Traverse Academy for the past 2 years. That's not true, is it?
We took her there and that was the agreement, and she's been dropping her off. She may be reluctant about her decision, but she agreed to it.
Mr. Krantz, I'm going to ask you to look at an exhibit here. Your Honor, how would you like me to present that? Share screen? I'm assuming there's an objection as well, so.
I'd like to know which proposed exhibit she wants to show so I can object before it's shown.
Yes, it'd be Defendant's Exhibit 1.
There is another one of my favorite court creators who has popped by to spend some time with me and my cleave. That is People in Court, ladies and gentlemen. People in Court, Credence and Mikey channels. I love people. I love. Seriously though, the way his head was at one point, it looked like he was seriously looking down my shirt, and I just couldn't handle it. It was so funny. I love it. I love the situational fucking comedy that we get. Missy absolutely needs to get some points for that. I will get on that right away. Listen, you know what? This started out slow, but look at us. Look at us. We're getting there. We're going to take a little Hagen break and do a couple other hearings, and then we're going to come back for her testimony.
Just for the record, I'm giving Mr. Tommaso an opportunity to pull it up, so
yeah,
that's why I'm waiting.
Okay. Some of the other ones had some other issues. I don't have any objection, at least showing this one.
Okay.
Show share screen's fine then. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, bear with me. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes,
okay.
I can.
Mr. Krantz, is your cell phone number 517-404?
Stop! And I'm trying, Nana. I'm trying not to yell. They're doxing themselves. I can't just allow this to happen. These fucking people. I know their fucking numbers are on the screen now. Everything was going so well. I'm sorry. I apologize for you. I apologize for that. I don't know what to do here. I'm going to just hide this whole screen for a minute. Miss Lentz, can you just not, dox people again? And People in Court, I was laughing so hard at your comment that yeah. Okay, let's hear what she has to say. I had a Mikey moment. Yeah, right, Mikey. You're way better at this. You are so prepared compared to me. I'm literally, Nana's so mad. She's like, shut up. And then it's over. And that's the worst part about that, is that oh my God, Judge Hagen knew. That's why. Oh, anyways, Judge Hagen pulled it off. Here's what we're going to do next. The next one video that we have today is, in fact, we're going to do a quick, oh yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Quick check-in for this. What the hell is going on here? Bless you, Nana. Okay, here we go. You'll see what's happening. This guy, you guys, he starts to use a filter during his Zoom hearing. And he begins to put bless you, Nana. He puts a filter on. It's very funny. It's Mr. Garcia here. I'll pop out of the way.
All right, sorry about that, folks. We had to get a technical issue straightened out, but we did. So I'm going to tell you about another option that you may not have known about before you can't come to court. There is a way to get a ticket dismissed without having a hearing. You may qualify for this. The process I'm talking about is called a deferral. And the way a deferral works is, instead of having a hearing, your case is just set aside for 6 months. And during that 6 months, if you don't get any new tickets and you pay court costs are usually $150. Having a hearing, your case having a hearing.
Do we see? Watch this guy. Look, at first he's wearing a hat, yeah, but watch his screen border.
You may qualify for this. The process I'm talking about is called a deferral. And the way a deferral works is, instead of having a hearing, your case is just set aside for 6 months. And during that 6 months, if you don't get any new tickets and you pay court costs are usually $150, then this ticket would get dismissed. You can qualify to do that once every 7 years. So if you've done it within 7 years, you can't do it this time. Also, if you have a commercial driver's license, you can't defer a traffic ticket. But I'll be able to tell that. I'll let you know if you qualify for the deferral. And if you want to do that, just tell me and we'll get you set up with that. If you don't want to do the deferral, we'll go ahead with your hearing. But do keep in mind, you need to make that decision before the hearing. If you can't have the hearing and then go back and do the deferral. All right, I'm going to.
The judge just did not pay attention to any part of that. Well, obviously I had to stay on the line, right? I was like, shit, is this... First of all, I was wondering, is he going to do it again? But I'm trying to remember what happened here. Oh yeah, this blue guy showed up. That's right. So these people are all idiots, first of all. I'd just like to point out. He just told them all, like, yeah, I think the dog was blowing a kiss. And let's just continue on with this one for a couple minutes. A little palate cleanser before more divorce stuff, okay? If anybody's wondering, this is in Thurston County.
All right, next is Christopher Fisher.
Present, Your Honor.
There we go. And Mr. Fisher, you're here for a seatbelt ticket.
Yes.
Looking at your record, you never deferred a ticket and you have a regular license. You can defer this one if you want, or we can go ahead with your hearing.
I would like to just go ahead with the hearing.
Fair enough. Now, I haven't read the report yet. I'm going to look at it now.
So he literally was like, you could go ahead, like, with deferral and nothing.
Okay. I'm looking at it now, and the report is insufficient that you committed that infraction. In fact, it doesn't even say you weren't wearing your seatbelt. So, Mr. Fisher, I'm going to find that the infraction was not committed.
Okay, yeah. When I had gotten the ticket, because I was wearing my seatbelt when he stopped me. I don't know if he thought that I just put it on or what. I was very confused in how I even got a ticket that day.
Yeah, well, the officer really didn't write much on there that would help me make a decision or even demonstrate that the seatbelt offense was committed. So even without hearing your side of it, I can't find that there's enough evidence. So it's not committed and the ticket will be dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, you're welcome. All right, then we go now to Ashlyn Peters. Can you hear me, Miss Peters? We having some.
I'm here.
Oh, there
Hello?
we go. Gotcha.
And this
All right,
was for
Ms.
daylight
Peters,
disinfectant.
you're here today for a ticket for a open container, speeding, and no insurance. All right, and I'm going to look at your record here.
Also, guys, has anybody noticed yet who is sitting so close to the judge and why? This is so perplexing to me. It's close enough that it's like watching what he's doing, but off camera. Anyways, if daylight disinfectant is around, this clip is dedicated to you, my friend. You're going to see why.
Looks like you did have a deferral on a ticket within the last 7 years, so you won't be able to defer this one. So what I'm going to do is read the report that the officer filed, and then I'll swear
If this is the electric car lady, then I'm wrong. It'll be later, but it's in this.
you in and hear your side of it, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Nope, this is it. Daylight, check out her earrings. Look at the frickin' circumference. The circumference of her earrings, they are gigantor.
Okay, Ms. Peters, I'm going to have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell me your side of it.
So first off, I just want to say I don't see if you see in the report, but my ticket was on the 5th, and then I only got to see one page of the report that they sent me, and he said that this infraction happened on the 7th of April. So I was just a little bit confused on that, and especially since I couldn't see any more of the report, I just wanted to make sure that that was noted.
As far as I can see, there is only just the one page.
Okay, yeah, because it said that he was going to continue the story. I just didn't get to see the rest of it. But so on that morning, he was coming towards me, and we were coming around a corner on Driftwood, and he said I was going 47.
On Driftwood, going 47. Really fast.
He didn't pull me over for another mile. So I was kind of confused that he was pulling me over anyways, because when I checked my speedometer, obviously when I saw a cop, I checked my speedometer immediately. I took my foot off the pedal. I was already under 40 when I took my foot off and I checked down. So I was like, okay. I kept looking in my back. He never stopped me. I then get off of Driftwood to go to Kaiser, and then I was on, I believe it's Cooper Point, almost to 28th Street, which is about 1.1 miles away, and I see him try to pull me over. He said I was going 47 in a 35, which I was very confused because we were going around a curve, and I'm going to be honest, Your Honor, going around that when there's deer and stuff, I just had moved there. I was very confused on that. So he asked me for my license and registration. I told him that I didn't have any of my stuff because my wallet had been left at my mom's. I could show him a picture of it, tell him my information, and my car had gotten broken into. He saw my back window that was broken. So I was like, I have the form. That's all they left. That shows that I purchased the car. Here's all that. I was trying to look everything up, and he was like, okay, looking everything. When I pulled out the form, he said that he smelt the presence of weed. And I said, yes, my apartment complex does not let us have anything on the premises. So I have to keep everything in my car, but it is all separated. I have it packed away. I have everything in my backpack. Like, it's all completely separated. He asked me if I may see that. I showed him everything. There was a garbage bag full of also crushed beer containers. So it was not like open. I understand. I read the RCW. It said it had to be open, seal broken with partial remnants like from it. There, it was completely crushed. So there was nothing left. Like, it was from a family barbecue. And I told him that. He said, okay. When he asked for my insurance, I said I have to see if it's lapsed because I had just came out of homelessness on February 10th of this year. And I was like, I just got in here. I'm trying to get everything set back on track. I don't think I got to this yet. Let me check. Then that's when he tagged on the no insurance, because I said it is lapsed. I'm just in the process of getting all of my, like, I had to just move into an apartment and everything. So yeah, that's my story. He didn't check anything. He didn't like see if I was under the influence or anything. He just said that I had an open container, which I was very confused about because nothing, all of my smoking contents were away from my reach and put away in a backpack, zipped away in a back, in the back and everything. He didn't say that there was a problem with that, but then he tagged that on.
All right, Ms. Peters, here's how I'm going to rule on these. For the open container, I'm going to find that that was not committed because the evidence is not sufficient that there was partially removed contents of these cans that were on the passenger floorboard in the rear. And I'm also going to find not committed on the speeding because the officer doesn't tell me anything about the speed measuring device or his ability to use it and whether it was used
I also
correctly.
do have insurance. So sorry. I do have insurance now. I got it 12 days after.
Okay. And I am going to find that you committed the insurance infraction.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty clear because, I mean, you told me you did and you weren't able to produce that for the officer. So the fine, normally the fine for no insurance is $559. And that's what I'm going to assess. Glad to hear that you got insurance. So what you can do now is contact the court clerk's office to make arrangements to pay that fine. Also keep in mind that if money is an issue, you can do community service to pay that fine. And if you do that, we give you a credit of $20 an hour.
Okay. May I ask a question, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just on the email that I had received when I got the contested hearing, it said that there was a $200 fee that I could do if I had gotten the insurance after. Was that not an option that I can do? I'm not trying. I'm appreciative of everything.
It may have been, but that's not the option that you selected. So
okay. Okay,
yeah,
no problem.
That's the decision that I've made here in this hearing. So yeah, that option's on the table for you. I know those are expensive tickets, but yeah, you can kind of mitigate that a little bit by doing community service.
Okay. All right. Sounds great.
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
All right. Bye.
And then Caden Schmidt.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
There we go. All right. And Mr. Schmidt, you got a personal electronic device ticket?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And you have never deferred a ticket, and it looks like you do have a Class A license, so you won't be able to defer this ticket. All right. So what I'm going to do is read the report that was submitted by the officer, and then I'll hear your side of it.
All right. Sounds great.
Any bets right now? What do we think's going to happen? I don't remember.
All right. I've read what the officer submitted. So, Mr. Schmidt, what I want you to do is raise your right hand, please. And do you swear the testimony that you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me your side of it, Mr. Schmidt.
It was actually my GPS on our work trucks. We have a GPS on flimsy, so when you hit a bump in the road, they fall down, and it fell on the ground. And I went to set it back up on the dash, and then that's when I saw the lights come on. And he pulled up to my window. He said he thought it was my phone. I explained to him, and he said he saw it differently. And I just took the ticket, respected him, and drove off.
Okay. All right, Mr. Schmidt, I'm going to find by a preponderance of the evidence here that the infraction was committed. Find that the officer's statement here is credible, and he attributes to you the statement that you were on the phone and having a hard time hearing it. That's why you were holding it up to your ear. So with all that together and what you told me, I'm satisfied by a preponderance of the evidence that the infraction was committed. Now, assess the penalty, which is $145. And you can contact the court clerk's office and make arrangements to pay that.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next will be Dale Garcia.
Dale Garcia, this is our guy.
Mr. Garcia, can you hear me?
I am not a cat.
There we go. Gotcha. All right, Mr. Garcia, you're here today for a ticket for expired registration and no insurance.
Yep. Can I ask for a continuance?
Yeah. Are you trying to get your insurance reinstated?
I already am good on the insurance and everything. I was just talking to a gentleman, so I'm going to ask for a continuance, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see any reason why not. Can we still send you mail on Fur Court Southeast in Lacey?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get that reset, and the court clerk will send you out notice for a new hearing date.
I appreciate you, my man.
Sure. All right. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, Your Honor. Can I hang up now? Am I good?
Yeah, you can log off. We'll get that court date sent to you.
Yep. You have a good day.
Okay. And I think these people are not here. So, ma'am, are you here for
Wait,
today?
that was Garcia?
All right, what's your name, please?
That was the guy from the first part. I didn't realize that. Oh. I love this stuff so much. We're nerds, but that's okay. Also, make sure you're clocked in for your shift. Take your meds. Med check. Tell me what kind of weed you're smoking. Nana's awake. She's awake. She's watching some show. That was hilarious. My man. Also, who was he talking to that told him to get a continuance? It's like he entered a cheat code that he didn't think would work, and then it worked.
How do you spell your last name?
Erachel.
I see it right here. All right, you want to come up to the table here and we'll take your ticket. So you are here. Yep, you sit right there. You are here for a ticket for too fast for conditions is the ticket. I'm going to see if you're eligible to defer that ticket if you want to do that. It looks like you are, and I don't think you were here earlier when I talked about how a deferral works, but the way it works is if you don't get any new tickets during the next 6 months and you pay court costs, which court costs are $150, then this ticket would be dismissed and it wouldn't go on your record. That's
Where
something
is
you're
the
allowed
phone?
to do every 7 years.
Honestly, where is she putting the phone? At what angle? I mean, I know that this is a valuable OnlyFans angle, but I guess that's why she only has one setup, and it's the under the desk angle. Fair enough, lady. Fair enough. I don't hate a hustler.
And you've never done it before, so you're eligible to do that. If you want to, it's voluntary. You don't have to do it. If you want to go ahead with your hearing.
And what happens if I go ahead with the hearing?
Then I make a decision whether or not you committed too fast for conditions. And it just depends on what the evidence is. I'll make a decision one way or another, and that'll be it. So it's up to you. Do you want to do the deferral or do you want to do the hearing?
the deferral, does that, do I get points on my, no, I
No.
don't.
You do not.
I think I.
Is she at a
actually like to
fucking
go ahead with the
amusement
hearing.
park?
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, it sure is. All right, the first thing I'll do then is look at the report submitted by the officer. After I've read that, I'll swear you in and hear your side of it.
Seriously, what is Eileen? Oh, I'm laughing because I remember now Eileen. Eileen, poor Eileen.
Okay. Okay. Well, the trooper doesn't really tell me anything about how you were driving. There's nothing in
Showed up
here.
way afterwards.
Yeah, there's nothing in here. So the good news for you, Miss Rachel, is the evidence is insufficient. So I'm going to find that you did not commit the infraction and the ticket's dismissed.
Oh, I don't even have to read mine.
No, you win anyway. They've got to prove it first, and they weren't able to do that. So no, you're good to go, Miss Rachel.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. All right, and sir, are you here for court too?
Yes. My name is Ryan Hauser. I'm appearing for Beth Hauser.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Slated for 2 o'clock.
Yeah. You want to just take that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mountain Kush.
And there we go. Okay.
You guys are so funny. Eileen,
Like
please
another
don't
too
dox
fast for
yourself, Eileen.
conditions ticket. And there's no evidence in the file. I think you know how this is going to go.
Move to dismiss for failure to make a prima facie case.
Yeah, and I will do that. The ticket is I'm sorry, that's Hauser. I don't know if we caught that, but the Hauser case is dismissed. Okay, anything else I can do for you?
No, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Okay, I'm going to go back to the Zoom call. Now, there are people who are logging into this call and they're using screen names other than their name. Could you make sure you get your name up there on the screen so I know that you're actually here? I'm going to start with August George.
Hi.
Courtney.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to figure out how to change my name.
You have seen nothing yet. Right after we finish Eileen here, you are going to see the happiest judge hand out divorce after divorce. It's going to be great. Also, I remember now, I believe Eileen is in an electric car she doesn't know how to use.
On here. I'm August Del Giorgio.
I gotcha. All right. And that's a Discover Pass ticket. Okay. I'm going to look in the file and see if you sent in a Discover Pass. All right, here we go. It looks like you did. Okay, so you already filed proof that you had your Discover Pass.
Yes.
So I'm going to dismiss the ticket.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for showing us that. Okay, and then Eileen's iPhone. What's your name, please? You need to unmute your microphone.
Eileen Atchison.
Here we go. Okay. All right, you're here today for a ticket for speeding. And I'm looking at your record to see if you're eligible for a deferral. All right, it looks like you are not because you had a deferral in another case in 2019, so you won't be able to defer this case. Okay, so I'm going to look at the report submitted by the officer, and then after that, I'll hear your side of it and make a decision.
Okay.
She's like, remember, this is West Coast. These are my people. Okay. She's like late for a yoga instructing class where she's learning to be a
All
yoga
right,
instructor.
I've read the officer's statement here. So Ms. Atchison, would you raise your right hand, please? And do you swear the testimony that you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and tell me your side of it.
I was driving a car that's electric, so it's a little different for me in the evening, pretty late. And following the flow of traffic, but it was coming from Oregon. And so the speed limits continued, I believe, to change from stretches from Oregon through Washington State and in your county in particular. I did not know that I was above speeding. I was following maybe one or two other cars with a poorly lit area within a long stretch of freeway. But I did take certificate of a smart driver class for, I think it was 8 hours. And I sent that in yesterday or the day before, that you might see that just took a class to kind of get a little bit more information on the technology in my car, and also just a basic review, I guess you would say, and would just ask that this ticket be reduced down to a non-moving violation.
Okay, well, I won't be able to consider that request. Yeah, I don't have the authority to do that. I'm just able to decide whether or not you committed the ticket that was written to you, whether or not you committed that based on the evidence. And based on what I've read in the officer's statement, what I've heard from you, I am going to find that you did commit the infraction of speeding. It looks like that was proved satisfactorily because there was a laser speed measuring device used. And it showed a reading at 83 and a 60. So no matter what the speed limit was, it's, there are no lawful speed limits in the state of Washington of 83 miles an hour. So clearly there was speeding here. Now the officer cut you a little break out there, gave you a 5 over ticket instead of a 23 over ticket. So the price of that ticket, the fine is $114. What you'll need to do is contact the court clerk's office, and they will explain to you what your payment options are for that $114.
Okay, so in this state, there is no way to take a class or anything like that.
No, you can't do a deferral in this case because you did a deferral in another case in 2019. So you're not eligible to do that again for 7 years after that last case. So you still got a little bit of time to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Atchison.
Thank you.
All right, I think we cleared.
Yes, thank you, Miss Atchison.
Let's go back to the one.
No, we're not going to judge. What we're going to do is we're going to move on to what I think is going to be the funniest event of the evening. So I got to plug my phone in. It's going to die. Okay, so we are moving on to the mouse. Why is it not? Okay, it's just on the other screen. It's working. Sorry. Take this moment to make sure that you're already subscribed to the channel, guys, and already liked the video, which we call clocking in for your shift around here. Get yourself some popcorn. This is going to be funny. We have a judge I've done a case on, or done a few videos on before. I titled them, what did I title them? I titled them Funny Judge, Serious Situation, because he's a funny judge. He's cracking jokes left, right, and center, but it's serious shit. And people are, for the most part, not into laughing while they're in court. But this judge, he into laughing. So, without further ado, shit.
Hopefully he'll be with us shortly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Miss Allens. There we go. Mr. Allen, welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so apparently I made it fast. We'll have to make it a little bit slow.
All right, Miss Ellens, I had a referee statement on this, but there's a waiver in the document, so I'm going to get rid of that. So if you're looking
Okay,
for
that's fine. Some of
Okay,
them I
you're
might
right.
have missed.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just going to get rid of that so that we don't inadvertently hold it for 21 days.
Okay.
With that being stated, I will note that we are here in the matter of Allen versus Allen, case number 23-024390. Monica Allen, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony? Mr. Allen, please raise your right hand, sir. Do I need to speak louder for you, sir? Mr. Allen? Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Oh, I can't hear.
Oh, great. You need to turn up your speakers then. Okay. I can't tell if he's raising his hand or surrendering. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony, sir? Mr. Allen? Okay. All right, listen as best as you can, sir, okay? Okay. Monica, you filed a complaint for divorce in this matter. I'm sure my voice is going to be bad because I'm trying to be loud for him. Back in March of 2023, correct?
If you ever heard a divorce action taken through a drive-through speaker box, that's what this is.
Now I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right. And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day.
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes.
And you were married to James by a person authorized to perform marriages.
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable.
Yes.
And you have presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and issues of your marriage.
Yes.
And you've signed it and you're willing to abide by it.
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, Jamie signed it and he's willing to abide by it.
I don't know.
Your Honor, we actually were presenting this pursuant to default.
Oh, I apologize. I saw, in flipping through it, I saw 2 signatures at the bottom. I just noticed the one is yours.
Yes, we didn't know until today that Mr. Allen was planning to attend.
Okay.
I do believe that the parties have reached an agreement, but this was being submitted pursuant to a default, so it is not fair to do that signature.
Okay, that means the waiver is not worthless. So, Ms. Ellens, that statement I made earlier, never mind.
Okay.
All righty. I will sign that as well. Mr. Allen, are you still with us? Mr. Allen? Okay, all righty. Well, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and enter the judgment. If he has any questions, I'm sure he'll call you. But at this point, I do find by and through that testimony, this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live, Ms. Allen, and the proofs are sufficient out of the document, and a default was appropriately entered. So, all right. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Take care and stay safe. And hopefully my voice wasn't too bad.
That was fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty.
That was the opening act for this judge. Just wait.
Actually, with the right microphone I used to use, it's called the proximity effect of a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
And it increases the lower tonality of your voice. So when I did announcements at the theater, it'd be like, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Holiday Star Theater."
Okay, let's get moving here. I got quite a few people messaging.
Yes,
going,
they know.
"Let me comment."
You and everybody else.
I know it.
All right,
Okay.
bring them in.
So I can't tell what I don't know if Jordan Swears has his client with him.
Bring him in. We'll find out which case is it.
Ellen would,
Okay, he might.
because I don't have any parties.
Right, and since I've got the signatures of everybody, yep, his client is with him.
Perfect.
Okay. Is she drinking a glass of wine? Oh my God. I remember this earlier. Oh my God. Sometimes I watch so much court and I'm like, I gotta get going. What? We're zooming in on her. I'm sorry, Judge. We will talk to you in a minute. You guys give me one fucking minute here. This is possibly, that's a great idea if you're what's it called, lawyer? A divorce lawyer being like, yeah, come on into my office. You get a glass of wine. We sign the fucking papers. And bingo, motherfucking bango. Well, also, I believe this is a chest tattoo. I'm going to dip off here so that you guys can help me assess this properly. Let's take a nice look here.
Oh, what Jordan's. I don't know if Jordan Spears has his client with him.
Bring him in. We'll find out which case is it.
Ellen would,
Okay. He might.
because I don't have any parties.
Right. And since I've got the signatures of everybody, yep, his client is with him.
Perfect.
All righty. Good morning.
Now
Good
the
afternoon,
honey
whatever
pea
it is.
alcohol sip.
It's been one of those long days. I could do it's just the continuation of the morning. That's all. It is Schmerz Day of the week, so
Yeah.
in any event, Miss Ellenwood, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can.
All righty. In that case, let's go ahead and go on the record of the matter of Ellenwood versus Ellenwood, case number 22-08465DO. Anna, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes, I do.
All righty, ma'am. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in October of 2022, correct?
September.
All right. Did in September, but it didn't.
There was a default.
Okay, there was okay, yeah. No, your appearance was out of October, Mr. Swears. So, yeah, you filed the complaint in September, ma'am. Correct. Boy, your memory is good. I wouldn't. But in any event, all the allegations on that complaint that you filed were true and accurate when you filed it, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
And they remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge to this day.
they do.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
I was.
And you were married to Michael by a person authorized to perform marriages.
Yes, I was.
And there's been
Who wants to see Michael? I don't know. She could be a former porn star, Mikey. She honestly, what got me is the wine. The sip she took was an absolute alcohol sip. If that was any other drink, you don't take a mini sip like that. Even if it's Coke though, you don't take a mini sip of Coke the way she did. She did exactly just the tip, just the tip. And the lawyer looks extremely happy with his decisions. He's like, my hourly rate on this has been bang on.
a breakdown of that marital relationship.
That is correct.
And you have presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage.
Yes, sir.
And you've signed it and you're willing to abide by it?
I am.
And you, to your knowledge, your future ex-husband signed it and he was willing to abide by it as well.
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant.
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Swears, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
In that case, I do find by and through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient under the document. So we'll get that processed for you and get it over to your office, Mr. Swears, so you may distribute it appropriately. Nice meeting you, ma'am. Take care. Jordan, take care of yourself. Stay safe, everybody.
You as well. Thank you.
I was hoping that was a glass of wine you were drinking because it kind of looked like one, but it looks like it's a Coke.
Yeah, it's a Coke. I'm in his office.
I was kind of saying, if you wanted to celebrate, I'm not going to interfere.
Oh my fucking God. I should prep for these things. Watching this stuff.
I remember my very first ProCon, I believe that I was watching with you, Your Honor, was there were two people sitting on a couch together drinking wine at their own ProCon, and that has
Right.
not.
Is that the one where? Is that the one when they came in, she was putting her shirt on?
No.
Okay.
That I also remember. This is
Oh, boy.
they were drinking
Yeah.
wine, they were finalizing their divorce, and then jointly driving to their child's baseball game.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit, this is epic. This is epic. Fuck. I have to make a video about this later.
Every
Now
once in a while, you
that's
have-
how they should all go.
it is exactly how when I was a practicing attorney, I walked out of the courtroom one time and both the parties said, "Oh, we're leaving in 2 days to go to Disney World to take our kids." They had separate rooms. And I'm like, I'm a huge Disney fan. I'm like, you should have told me this all along because I'd have contacted some people and we could have gotten a commercial out of this and maybe you'd have gotten your trip paid for. I mean, could you imagine that commercial? You know, hey, we just got divorced, but we're going to Disney World.
Even through divorce.
Yep. You know, it can happen. All righty.
Yeah.
Good to see you all. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay, next. I didn't see the ice in the glass until, I saw the Coke can later, but when she first took a drink of it, I thought it was red wine. I honestly did. But okay, we're going to celebrate this early. All right, next. Malia, you do have to unmute.
Good Lord. Okay. Rasmussen versus Rasmussen.
And you don't have to call me Lord. All right.
Oh, it has been a day.
It has been a day.
What? How many? No.
All righty. Let's go from left.
This judge is on fire tonight. I swear to God. We should. I was actually going to make they were jokes about being single because you're going to hear him literally make many jokes specifically about making people single. But I am all for making this a judge joke counter. And I believe we are at a 14 already. 14 zingers, if I might say so. Like, he's on absolute fire. Did he just literally say to his assistant, "You don't have to call me Lord"?
Right. Oh, nope. She didn't connect. Sean, have you connected? Mr. Rasmussen, did you connect? Oh, boy. Chris, you connected, right?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Rebecca, did you connect?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
I didn't see him.
Sean,
Oh, now he's connecting audio.
Sean's there. He just hasn't connected to audio.
Doing a little dance. So he's
Yep.
connected.
Yep.
oh how?
Oh man, one of your dad's pictures behind you, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I used to love those.
Yeah, we still have them up.
I'm surprised you guys don't copyright those and sell copies of them because some of them are pretty good.
Oh yeah. Well, especially considering a guy in jail did them for us.
Oh, I thought your dad painted those.
No, the one behind me, actually, we had somebody at the King County Jail did them for us.
Okay. Yeah, I thought your dad painted some of those. Okay. All righty. With that being stated, Sean, did you connect this time?
Yeah.
That's the switch.
Yeah.
That's the switch over to regular speed now. I was like, oh my God, did he have...
Sound figured
Perfect. Yeah.
Oh, good.
We're just kibitzing until you connected.
Okay, appreciate it.
No problem. I try to talk about anything but the case until everybody's here.
Yeah,
So
fair.
with that being stated, which means I get a lot of off-topic stuff. In any event, we'll go on the record of the matter of Rasmussen versus
Night, Missy. Thanks so much for being here. We love new people. If you're lurking right now and you feel any sort of feeling, just come say hi in the chat. We won't bite unless you'd like that. My phone just went off. It's an alert to watch me. Wow, that's a bit late. I've been on for 2 hours and 14 minutes, YouTube. Thanks.
Rasmussen, case number 23-01373DO. Sean, please raise your right hand. Yeah, switch hands. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes.
All right. And Rebecca, it looks like you're not hand holding that thing, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes.
All right, Rebecca, you have the easier job. I just need you to listen in. I've got a few questions for you, Sean. Don't worry, you did not have to study for this test. All righty. Sir, you filed a complaint for divorce back in February of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yep.
And they remain true and accurate to this date to the best of your knowledge?
Correct.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
I'm sorry, could you state that again?
Sure. You were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least.
Yes.
Resident, yes, rest. You lived here, right? Okay.
Okay. I'm hard of hearing. I thought you said arrested. I'm like, I don't remember.
No.
Not yet.
You lived in the state of Michigan and lived in this county. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you were married to Rebecca by a person authorized to perform marriages.
Yep.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable.
Correct.
And you presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage.
Correct.
And it looks like you signed it and you're willing to abide by it?
Yes. Yep.
All right, Rebecca, you heard that testimony?
Yes.
True and accurate, ma'am?
Yes, that's true.
And you've signed it and you're willing to abide by it?
Yes.
One last question. Are you currently pregnant?
No.
Okay, good. Mr. Krupp, any questions?
No, you covered it all. We're good.
All right, thank you. I do find buying through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient out of the document. So we'll be getting this processed and getting it over to your office as soon as possible, Mr. Krupp, so you may distribute it.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great day, everybody. Nice meeting you. Stay safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think only about 10 more to go. Okay.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. All right, next.
I don't know why Katie Oland is here. I'm going to bring her in.
I thought she was like one of the attorneys on one of the cases.
I don't have her on my sheet, so I just want to double check.
Okay.
She might be covering for someone. I don't.
And that's true too.
Did you see how surprised his face was with the pregnancy question?
Well, that's what we thought about Matt DeLang, and we wound up doing 2 or 3 of them in a row. Yeah.
I think I just jumped on the wrong hearing.
I think you might have too. I was going to say, are you here representing somebody for a divorce?
No, I'm supposed to represent someone for a divorce in McNabb.
Okay. See ya.
Have a good day.
Bye. All righty.
Okay.
Next.
Let's do. Sorry, hold on. My sheet just got all messed around.
Yeah, it's a bunch of sheet.
Cole versus Cole.
Okay. Cole versus Cole.
Yes, 22-10858.
I don't have that file.
You should.
Hello.
Okay. Hey there. Trying to find the.
Well, I guess I am out of the loop with respect to the protocol because we sent the judgment over signed by everybody, and the clerk's office sent it back saying we needed to do the pro-con first.
What?
Yeah. So I have it right here. I guess I was just going to ask if we could preserve proofs.
We're going to do proofs, and we're going to do a pro-con, and you're going to send me that judgment, and I'm going to get it processed.
Okay.
What the? I'm like,
I know. I said, okay, well, maybe they've changed how they're doing things. And
no, they haven't.
Okay. Somebody has.
Maybe you got just a new worker.
Yeah.
Okay. So on, maybe I do have that file. That name looks familiar. I thought it. I don't know why that name, I'm looking for the file and, I've got them all spread out and I'm not seeing it, but I know that name looks familiar. So, and it is on the docket. So don't worry. We are going to get you through this.
You know what, Raf? I think I have it out here. Just a second.
Oh, So you're trying to make me think I'm losing my mind. There's not much to lose, but
Whatever you just said, I can't hear you. And if it was mean, no, thank you.
I never say anything mean. Stupid? Dad jokey? So in any event, I'm sorry they sent that back to you, Therese. We'll have to get that.
Yeah, it was kind of a surprise, but you know.
I ran into one of your former assistants over the weekend. Yeah.
Who's that?
She's working downtown in Portland now, but she used to work for McKagan Police. And I didn't know her, and then I ran into her.
Oh, yeah.
So she ran into me. We were at a festival at Conflux City.
Yeah, we were there with her a month ago.
Festival? Judge was at a festival? Could I love him anymore? Hi, Crystal. You've walked in, if you're starting fresh, like from right where we are in a very happy and uplifting divorce hearing set of hearings. And actually, I'm enjoying it very much. This judge, we've got a joke counter going, and it is going to get flaming hot in here shortly. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, just write ding in the chat if he does a joke and I need to add something to it.
Okay, nice.
Memorial Day weekend.
Okay.
Her husband plays in a band there.
Oh, is that why she was hanging around? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go on the record in the matter of Cole versus Cole, case number 22-10858DM. Catherine Cole, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
I do.
All righty. Ma'am, you filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in November of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing it?
Yes.
And you were married to Tyler by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you presented to the court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes.
And let's see, is this a default, Ms. Paletta?
No, it's a consent.
It's a consent. So you've signed it and you're willing to abide by it, Catherine?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, Tyler has done the same?
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant?
No.
Okay. In that case, Ms. Paletta, any questions, ma'am?
No, thank you.
And I do find by and through that testimony then that this court has jurisdiction and the proofs are sufficient under the document. So we'll get that processed as soon as possible, get it back to your office, Ms. Paletta, and you may distribute it as appropriate. Thank you for being here. Thank you both for your patience. I still have a lot more of these to go. All right, take care.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm making a lot of people single today. Have a great day, everybody. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All righty, next. My comment, Ms. Ellens, was the fact that you're making me think I'm going crazy by not giving me the file. Like I said, it's not making me lose my mind, but there's not much of a mind to lose. So
I think I'm going crazy too because I got 3 of these at 2:00 yesterday to add for today. So that's totally my fault that you didn't have that. I'm sorry.
No, that's not your fault. That's a processing error, and they should have never sent that judgment of divorce back. Bring in the next. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in Jody Jernigan. It's for Van Offlen versus Van Offlen.
Okay.
I'm going to guess her client is with her.
Possibly, yes. Every once in a while she does that, but not all the time.
Otherwise, I don't have
All righty.
a client. There we go.
And she does.
Hi.
Welcome, Miss Jernigan. How's it going?
Going well, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. All righty. We are here in the matter of Van Offlen versus Van Offlen, case number 23-01786DM. Katie, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes, I do.
All righty, ma'am. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in February of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County. All the allegations in that complaint were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes.
And you were married to Scott by a person authorized to perform marriages.
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable.
Absolutely.
And you present judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and issues of your marriage.
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant.
No.
Okay, Ms. Jernigan, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, in that case, I do find by and through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction and the proofs are sufficient under the document. So we will proceed with that and get this to your office. I note that there's a waiver in it, but that takes the signature of both parties. The waiver is invalid, so we'll get the findings out. So there's a 3-week processing period is the translation of that statement, Ms. Van Offlin. So, all righty,
Yes.
you take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Take care. Have a great afternoon. Stay safe.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, some attorneys have gotten smart and have put the waiver into all their judgments, like I keep asking them to. The problem is that it takes 2 signatures, so I will need a findings thing on that one.
I'm doing that right now.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do had versus had.
Okay. Found heart versus heart, but okay. Now I found had versus had.
Incorrect.
I love you, Spock.
Is Van Dyke in here?
No.
That's interesting.
She's got another one with us too, and she's not here.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't
Well, she's the
think
defendant, so she doesn't have to be here.
Yeah, I think the defendant also waived her appearance within the first paragraph of the consent judgment.
Okay, so I was going to say the court does not have the judgment, so we don't have a copy of it. But I will preserve proofs, and that way you guys can get me the original.
2 weeks ago, it was moved at the last second. It was scheduled for a Friday, and then she contacted me and said it had to be rescheduled for essentially for the Thursday. So they was probably on with the judge or from that original date.
Okay, we will see if we can track it down then.
If I could drop it off right after this as well if you need to.
Take your time, relax. It's okay. We'll get it done for you. It's just that I just wanted to let you know sometimes the processing errors, and I just had an attorney tell me that although all the downstairs scheduled them, they sent the judgment back to her. I'm like, you're kidding me.
I wonder if it's with the judge.
With Judge Gardner. Yeah, it might be.
Judge Gardner.
So we'll see if we can track it down, or maybe Judge Gardner sent it back to your offices and it might be in process. One way or the other.
He didn't have to resubmit it, so.
Okay. Oh, okay. So we will take the proofs and get me the judgment. That's all it takes.
Okay.
No biggie. All right. Let's get you through this. Sorry, I'm making a lot of people single this afternoon, so it's taking a while. All right. With that being said, we're here in the matter of had versus had, case number 22-11218DM. And Zachary Had, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes, I do.
All righty, sir. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter through your attorney's office back in December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes.
All right. And you were married to Jesse by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you've worked together with your attorney and your future ex-wife and her attorney to develop a judgment of divorce that's a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and issues of your marriage?
Yes, we have.
And you believe it's in the best interest of your children?
I do.
And to the best of your knowledge, Jessie is not currently pregnant?
Yes.
Okay.
She's not pregnant.
Yes, I get it. It's okay. It's an awkward question. But Miss Ross, any questions, ma'am?
Just, I don't know if you need to add, but we're requesting entry of the uniform support order that was also consented and signed by the party.
It's got to be part of the judgment anyway, because we have to, yeah, we have to enter it by statute and by court rule. You can't enter a judgment of divorce with minor children without a uniform support order, including one that says no front of the court intervention.
Sure.
The only time that you can, the only out clause on entering it without a UCSO is if you preserve child support. If you preserve child support, then no UCSO is mandated.
Okay, and then how will I find out whether I need to drop a new one off? Do you guys have it? Because I think I dropped off several copies so that one could go to front of the court.
We will check with Judge Gardner, and we will let you know if we cannot find it.
Okay.
All right. No
Great.
problem.
Thank you.
Take it. That may take a day or two. We'll see.
Sure.
But we'll get it through. I'm going to keep it in my office until I get it. And if
All right.
not, Ms. Ross, you'll be getting a call.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. Take care.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to bring this person in. I'm not really sure where they go.
Okay. So we're going to play Tetris?
Yeah.
All right. We'll fit them in.
Maybe.
Love all
I'm going
his
to try
little
that
saying.
iPhone one more time too.
Okay.
People.
Come on, we have got 8 more. All right, iPhone, can you unmute, check in, and tell us who you are? Tim, can you hear us? Tim?
I'm chatting both of them. It's not working. All right. Away they go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do. I gotta find the right name here. McClam versus McClam. 22-11522.
Got it.
Hello,
Hey, Miss Rathburn, welcome. How are you?
I'm well, referee. How are you?
Just great.
I thought that there was a thing on the top of the guy's head that's on the calendar. Oh my god. So funny. So funny.
Great. All righty. And Garrett, welcome. We are here in the matter of McClam versus McClam, case number 22-11522DM. And Garrett, please raise your right hand. Don't smack your attorney while you're doing it. Okay. I've had that, where if you sit too close and you do this, all of a sudden it just like smack. All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
I do.
All right, sir. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter through your attorney's office back in, it looks like December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And all the allegations in that document were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes.
And you were married to Caitlin by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Correct.
And there has been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes.
And you believe it's in the best interest of your children?
Yes.
And at this time, to the best of your knowledge, Caitlin is not currently pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. Miss Rathburn, any questions, ma'am?
You took all my questions away from me. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Did you want me to reserve one for you just for fun?
Next time, yeah.
Okay. I'll let you ask the pregnancy question. How does that sound?
I think that's the best one to ask. So yeah, save that one for me next time.
All right. I'll try to remember that. And we'll make sure that the question is not a negative pregnant. Remember learning about those in law school?
No, I think.
Okay. A negative pregnant Here's what we're gonna learn. He's about to do this lesson here in I love him. I love his style. I think it's great. I bet that people enjoy going to work every day knowing that they get to work with him. He's working hard, Tetrising people in, as he says. But listen to him explain this, whatever he said, negative pregnant or whatever. Also, good night, R. Fulmer. Thank you so much. You rock. I love all your comments, and I love all the replay crew that you watching the replay crew too. Thanks, friend.
I think I blacked it out.
Yeah, negative pregnant questions are the type of question that if you answer yes to, another part of the question is no. And if you answer no to a part of the question, the other part of the question's answer is yes. So the negative pregnant comes in with the fact that another answer is born of the answer to half of the question. Welcome back to law school.
Yeah. Good time.
All righty.
All right.
Yeah. Have a good day. Take care, everybody.
You as well, John. Take care.
And if I didn't find that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient to enter the document. So we'll get this processed and get it to your office. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, next.
Crussell versus Crussell.
Ooh. The Crussell run.
Good night, Mikey.
Did it in 4 parts.
Do you have good stuff for us tomorrow? I bet you do. You guys, if you are not already subbed to Credence and Mikey, my good friends, make sure you do. He works so hard and he gets great stuff, way better quality than I do. He reminds me, I just am always like such a loser compared to all you guys. I love you so much, baby. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow.
For sex.
Mr. Gordon is stuck in the waiting zone.
He shouldn't be. He knows better than that.
There he is.
Hello.
Hey, Brian.
you
Old
doing?
home week. I just had Cindy Rathburn.
Oh, I haven't seen her for quite some time.
Well, she does a lot more neglect law. She doesn't do divorces all that much anymore. So in any event, Mr. Crussell, did you connect and can you unmute so we can hear you?
Yes, I am here.
Welcome, Patrick. No problem. All righty. Let's go ahead and go on the record in the matter of Crussell versus Crussell, case number 22-05507DM. Patrick Crussell, please raise your right hand.
Mikey, that's so true. Your stuff is always quality good. You know that. Oh, you're so sweet, Crystal. You guys are all great. You really are. I just like having friends at night, hanging out in my house. That's really it. Nana doesn't like court.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
I do.
All righty, sir. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter through your attorney's office back in June of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
Correct.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, correct.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Correct.
And you were married to Leah by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes.
And you believe it's in the best interest of your children?
Yes.
Any questions, Mr. Gordon?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And in that case, I do find by and through that testimony, this court has jurisdiction and the proofs are sufficient to enter the document. So we will do so. Get it over to your office, Mr. Gordon, as soon as possible. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
You too.
All righty.
Hart versus Hart.
Okie dokie.
I know you are, people in court.
Okay.
My demographics are such
just have William.
that 65% of you are women like over the age of 50, but I don't care. I believe my boobs are there for everybody. Plus, I used to have really small boobs, and this is the best part that I've gotten from gaining weight. So this is what we get.
No, we have. Okay.
Mhm.
Melania, can you hear me? Nope, she didn't connect either.
Melania. This one's funny. This lady is like serious.
Almost. And William did not connect.
Seriously, he's banging through these divorces.
Melania,
Orlando
however, did.
Chiquita.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hey, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you.
Good, good. We're trying to get William in.
Love you,
He
Donna.
probably got
Thank
tired
you.
of waiting. We've been
Night,
waiting for about an
night.
hour almost.
I know. I've got a lot of divorces this afternoon. I'm making a lot of single people.
Wow, that's bad.
Well, what we have 17 or 20, I think.
18.
Divorce cases.
Yes.
18. Yeah. So
Yes, we got a text message saying that it was around 18.
Yeah. So we got 30. I'm making 36 people single today.
Wow.
He is trying to connect,
That's-
Ref. I'm talking to him.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, welcome to my afternoon. This is the one day that I actually sometimes get people to smile.
I was actually nervous too, and I was like, I gotta do it. It's fine.
There is no reason to be nervous. Just relax.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't bite. So
Thank you.
and I don't yell often.
Oh,
You-
hopefully
you
you won't yell to this case.
No,
This case is easy.
Most of the time on these days, no, I don't. No, you have to really push me far before I lose my temper.
Oh, I don't think this is gonna happen. This
It's
one,
not,
this is
not
easy.
on this one. Not on this one. No.
No,
Wait.
he's my best friend, so
Yeah.
we
And he-
actually have a different time frame. Right now, over here, it's 8:30.
Where are you
PM.
at? Where are you at?
In Africa.
Oh, you are in
Equatorial Guinea.
Africa. Oh my goodness, you're in
Yes.
Guinea. Oh,
Yes.
enjoy. Now, are you living there now, or are you just visiting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I was planning, like, my family lives out here, so pretty
Okay.
much that was the main reason why we had to file a divorce, because he was like, I know you want to be with your family, but there's not much that I can do about it.
Yeah. Sometimes life throws us all kinds of different things, so you have to roll with it.
We're trying. It's not easy, but I guess you can't stop. When you already started, all you have to do is just keep going.
Yep. It's always been my theory that everybody remained married for life when we all died in our mid to late 40s, when life expectancy was not that big.
I wish we can do that. I wish so, but I don't think it works like that.
William, any luck?
What happened with William?
He's
can't-
working on it.
He's working on
What
it.
happened to him? He was
He-
connected like a.
He's connected by video. He's not connected by audio.
I just told him he can call if he
okay,
wants.
okay.
Yeah, send him the call information and see if he'll call in.
He was connected by video too. He keep
Yeah.
texting me like, what are you doing? What are they saying? I'm like, hold on. I'm nervous too. Just wait.
Maybe if you could text him to log out and log back in, or let's give it a
Yes,
second, because he's
I
trying
can
to.
do it right now.
Well, hold
Let
on.
me
He's
see
trying to
if I
connect
can
by
just
phone.
text
So
him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said if you are on a phone, you can call if that's easier. He said, "Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry."
yeah,
So
yeah.
he's
Melania, don't
working on
text.
it.
Don't.
People in court. I don't think it breaks. I think honestly, we just have to decide. We can't always categorize all the stuff we watch. So there's so much court that I watch. Like, I have 500 court videos on my computer right now, plus another 500 uploaded to another YouTube channel to hold them there. Don't tell YouTube daddy that. And then, like, there's so many. And even today, I'm like, if I click play, that's why I do the lives the way I do, because I just click through and I'm like, okay, I know I had one divorce thing and then I hadn't. But yeah, I think you can go a little crazy from too much court, but I think it's great. I prefer it, to be honest. And also, thank you guys for all the booby talk. I love it. Hi, Mayor.
Don't text him because that'll stop him from calling.
Okay.
See, this is what's great about Zoom. You can be in Guinea and be at a court hearing in Grand Rapids.
I never heard of it. Like, I was telling him, what is the app? And he was like, Zoom. I said, I see the paper, and I also heard about the.
Have you not checked out Backblaze yet, dude? People in court. I'm not shitting you. I think it's the solution to all of our problems. I just need to get paid so that I can pay for it.
But I wasn't aware of like really how it works. And then yesterday he called me. He was like, you might want to get it started on your phone. I said, let me just try. I downloaded it. I tested it. And then I guess I got into a video call with you by accident. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I hang up again and leave. And was like, did I mess it up? What happened? So
okay.
I think I like Zoom.
It says I'm in the waiting room. Here he comes.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi, you made it.
Hi, I am so sorry. I don't know why.
There is no reason to apologize. I'm glad you made it, Mr. Hart.
What happened?
Okay, I was stressed and I was like, please.
I knew it.
We're getting you through this. We got a lot of people that were getting divorced today. So with that being stated, now that you're here, let's go ahead and go on the record in the matter of Hart versus Hart, case number 23-03563-DO. William Hart, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
I affirm.
All righty. Melania Hart, please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Melania, you have the easier job this afternoon. I need you to listen. And I've got most of the questions are going to go to you, William. So you filed a complaint for divorce, sir, in April of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all the allegations in that complaint for divorce were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes, sir.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes, sir.
And you were married to Melania by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes, sir.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes, sir.
And you presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes, sir.
And you've signed it and you're willing to abide by it?
Yes, sir.
And Melania, you heard that testimony?
Yes, sir.
True and accurate, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And you are not currently pregnant?
No.
Okay. In that case, I do find by and through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live. And well, this is where he lives. And you lived at some point, right? Did you live here at some point, Melania?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this court has jurisdiction because all we have is that as long as you lived here, as long as one of you lived here for 10 days before the filing and 6 months in the state of Michigan, that's all we need for jurisdiction. So this is the correct place to enter the judgment, and the proofs are sufficient to do so. You've both signed this document. We'll get this processed and get you copies, Mr. Hart. There is a 21-day appeal period on this, so it'll be 3 weeks before the final copies are done. We'll send you those. It'll be your responsibility to send Melania her copies, okay?
Okay. May I ask a question, sir?
Sure.
How this for because of the insurance purposes, like I have like 30 days from the divorce date to do you know how long it takes for me to get the paper?
Again, it'll be 3 weeks before we send you the final copies. So you got 3 weeks, okay, and then you'll have the 30 days after that because the final date will be the processed date. Okay.
Okay.
So you got some time, breathe.
Okay.
Hey, you want to
okay.
kick me out of the insurance that quick?
No.
No, the insurance company wants to kick you out that quick. It ain't him. You think the insurance companies are going to just tag along and let you stay? No, They want to.
Wow.
It's not him. It's the insurance companies. All righty. Take care, everybody. Good luck.
I know. All right. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Have a
Enjoy the weather
wonderful
over
one.
there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Next.
Wardlow versus Wardlow.
Okay.
Wardlow.
Got it.
For divorcing so many people, everybody's been very happy.
Carrie, can you hear me?
I can.
Robert, can you hear me? Robert?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome, both of you. All right, let's go ahead and go on the record in the matter of Wardlow versus Wardlow, case number 23-04350DO. You guys are chomping at the bit here. You filed this on May 8th of 2023, correct, Carrie?
Correct.
Yeah, the court.
They look the same. Look at this. But she's not even there anymore in America. It doesn't make any sense. But seriously, these people look the same. Oh my God, my brain is. I'm stuck. Also, I think he's going to tell them they can't get divorced. Like, why would they book it on the calendar? But let's just listen to what he says here. We learn a lot from this judge. Their dog looks exactly like them. I can already tell you what this dog looks like. Is that Al Pacino?
At the bit here. You filed this on May 8th of 2023, correct, Carrie?
Correct.
Yeah, the court cannot enter a judgment for at least 60 days after the date of filing. So May 8th to June 8th to July 8th. You got to wait until July 8th or later. I can't enter this document yet.
I went to the.
I know what you did, but somebody should have known better than to have you schedule this, because we are not even allowed by statute to even take the testimony until after 60 days has elapsed.
Okay.
So I apologize.
Okay, Robert looks like he's pleasantly surprised by this revelation. Like, oh, I've got an extra 30 days. Seriously, look at Robert's face. I'm a little worried about Robert, to be honest. Carrie seems to be pushing shit through here, and Robert, I wanted to hear what he had to say. Fuck, I'm gonna have to be on it to check on these cases again. I'll never remember.
We've been so busy that I should have asked if you were in there, because I would have brought you in one of the first ones to say, look, don't wait around.
That's fine.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this back to you. I'm going to note in the file that this has been adjourned, and all you have to do is reschedule it for after July 8th.
Do I have to go back down to the court?
You may have to, yes.
All right.
All righty. I'm sorry.
5% you remembering, 1% me remembering. Can happen. I love you guys.
That's fine.
Take care of yourself. Stay safe, both of you.
Thank you.
I may see you in another 30 days or so.
So I just go down after July 8th.
You just need to reschedule it.
Thank you.
All right. And I'll have my clerk send you back the judgment.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Don't thank me on this one. I'd like to get you through it too. But I just can't by law.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Next.
That was weird. Next. He goes faster than some fast food restaurants. He's literally processed more people.
Present, so we can do Mulder versus Garcia.
Mulder. There it is. Got it. Okay. Miss Mulder, welcome. Thank you for your
Hi.
patience. Sorry, just divorcing a lot of people today.
Okay. I was just
Alrighty.
hoping I wasn't forgotten.
No, you're not forgotten. I'm just got a lot of them to do.
Oh, that's
Alrighty.
fine.
With that being stated, it's kind of a reverse Elvis Presley in Vegas. Instead of marrying a bunch of people, I'm divorcing a bunch of people. So, all right. In the matter of Mulder versus Garcia, case number 23-01872DO. Emma Mulder, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes.
All righty, ma'am. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in February of 2023, correct?
Yep.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge? Was that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And you were married to Tyler by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe is a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant?
I'm not pregnant.
Okay. The pause on that one made me, yeah. Because otherwise we'd have to jump through some other hoops. So,
Yeah, no.
All righty. With that being stated, I do find by and through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient to enter the document. So we'll be getting this processed for you. There's a 3-week appeal period on it. So after the 3-week appeal period, we'll send you the final copies, ma'am, and it'll be your responsibility to send Tyler his copies, okay? You have a great afternoon. Take care. Thank you for your patience and stay safe.
Okay.
Reverse
Orozco
Elvis.
versus Orozco.
Okay.
Orozco. I'm not sure how to say it.
Okay.
Hi, the world's end. I hope you're doing okay. I heard
Jessica,
you
can you
fell.
hear me?
She's not connected.
Okay. There we go.
I need audio though.
Yeah. Jessica, any luck with the audio?
My audio is working, Judge. For once. Is it a filter
Oh, here
or
we
are
go.
they real lashes?
There we go.
Good. Now unmute, Mr. Roscoe, if you can. You should be able to hear me. Now I need to be able to hear you.
Okay, I got it. Sorry.
There we go.
Perfect. See? All righty. If an old guy like me can do this, I know you can.
Sorry.
No, it's true. I'm a troglodyte. I'm not good with IT stuff. All righty. With that, we'll go on the matter of Nunez Orozco versus Orozco, case number 22-05299DM. Jessica, please raise your right hand, ma'am. Yeah, switch hands of the phone. Okay.
Sorry. This is so weird.
No, you can no, you had the right hand the first time. It was like you were holding it with the wrong hand. All righty. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes,
All righty.
I do.
Relax. We'll get you through this, okay? All righty. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in June of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
I was.
And you were married to Armando by a person authorized to perform marriages?
I was.
And there has been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and
If you guys have seen, I have gone direct to over 9,000. I cannot keep track of the jokes. They are free flowing. I told you this was happening. I'm writing down this other time for the fucking troglodyte comment. This guy's hilarious. I love him so much. I want to go back and watch the jokes that he made in the other hearing that I did because I called it funny, Judge. I know. I have to appoint somebody. I have to be more responsible. But that means I have to wake up. That means I gotta take meds. Med check, by the way, folks. Meds. Nighttime meds. 9:30. Meds. I know. But over 9,000 is a meme in itself, and he's S tier, I would say. And soon enough, I will actually have an ability for people to update from in the chat to the screen. We'll see that coming soon, I promise.
Reconcilable.
Yes.
And you have presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage.
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant.
No.
Okay. In that case, I do find by and through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient to enter the document. So we'll be getting this processed. There is a 21-day appeal period on this document. So we'll finalize the processing in 3 weeks. Then we'll send you the final copies, and it'll be your responsibility to send Armando his copies.
Okay.
All righty. You have a great afternoon. Thank you for your patience. But I'm making a bunch of single people today. So
I know.
You're one of them. So take care.
You too. Thank you.
Take care, everybody. You can all meet at the bar later.
Tell me where.
Wherever they have specials, wherever they have specials for singles night.
I don't know.
Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Garmin versus Garmin.
Okay.
Garmin versus Garmin. This could be a very pricey divorce.
Jenica, can you unmute so we can hear you?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your patience. All righty. At this point in time, we are here in the matter of Garmin versus Garmin, case number 22-11368DO. Jenica, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes, I do.
All righty, ma'am. You filed a complaint for divorce this matter back in December of 2022, correct?
Correct, yes.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes, it was.
And they remain true and accurate to this day?
Yes, it does.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes, I was.
And you were married to Titus by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there's been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes, it is.
And you are not currently pregnant?
No, I'm not.
And the judgment of divorce you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes, I do.
All right. In that case, I do find by and through that testimony. This court has jurisdiction because this is where you live, and the proofs are sufficient to enter the document. So we're going to get this processed. There is a 3-week appeal period on this. So after that 3 weeks is elapsed, we're going to send you the finalized copies. It's going to be your responsibility to send Titus his final copy.
Oh, I sure will.
All right. You take care. Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Have a good day. Go join the other go join the other 30 some odd single people I made today.
Oh, look at that. I will. Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Take care.
All right, you as well. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All righty, next.
Burhans versus Burhans.
Oh, it's right in front of me. Bring in Tracy.
I don't know that I've ever seen a better judge suited to divorce people.
Almost. Come on, Tracy. You can do this. It's another one we have a slight problem with.
As I'm watching this, I'm really realizing, like, I got divorced.
There, you connect.
Last year. this year, last year, maybe. I don't think I got the paperwork, is what I'm realizing. I think I signed some paperwork. Oh dear. Should probably check into that. There's no room on my list. Oh well.
Welcome, Ms. Burns.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you may not thank me shortly. We'll go on the record of the matter Burns versus Burns, case number 23-02408DO. Ms. Burns, you and Sean own the house that you're going to be taking over?
No, I owned the house before we got married.
Okay.
His name was never on the house.
Well, all right, then we'll get this processed because you're not as clear on who gets the house.
Oh,
It just says plaintiff is keeping the house. I know.
Oh.
But it should be a little bit stronger, but I guess that's enough if that's the case, because this wasn't a very long-term marriage.
Okay.
So with that being stated, all right, Ms. Burns, Tracy, please raise your right hand. If you have to switch phones, which one you're holding it with, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Yeah, relax. No, you got it. You were right. It looked like you were holding it with the right hand.
Okay, this reminds me very, very, very much of that story that I've told you guys before. I used to work at a car dealership. I've sold cars before, and my mentor for selling cars, who taught me about sales, explained to me about when you're selling cars, the process is arranged so that you ask people to do things and they do what you tell them to do like 30 times before you sit down and talk about money. So like when you go for a test drive and the salesperson tells you where to drive and when to get out of the car, and all these different things are arranged ahead of time. And he explained to me, like, you really want to know if somebody is under your control, if they are going to defer to you. And the way that you can figure that out when you first walk into your office after the test drive is when they go to sit down in the chair, you just say, no, not that one. And if they just get up and go to the next chair without asking, it's a pretty good indication that they're very open to what you're saying. And he's doing the same thing here. This reminds me of a litmus test that I would perform on people. I'd be like, are they strong enough to resist me telling them to switch hands even though they don't need to switch hands? Like, that's the kind of shit I would do at a job. I'd be like, I'm going to see which people will do it and which won't. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's just making conversation, but that's how I am.
I don't even.
All right, relax. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
I do.
All righty, Tracy. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in, looks like my fingers won't work. March of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
True.
And they remain true and accurate to this day to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes.
And you were married to Sean by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there has been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you have presented to this court what you believe to be a fair and equitable, a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant?
No.
Okay. In that case, I do find by and through the testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient under the document. So we'll get this processed for you, and there's a 21-day appeal period on it. After that 21 days, we'll send you the final copies. It'll be your responsibility to send Sean his copies. All righty?
Okay. Yep.
You have a great day. Take care.
Thanks. You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye. All righty. Next.
Mead versus Mead.
Okay. righty, got it.
There we go.
Hi,
Okay.
Sherry, you connected. Welcome. Thank you for your
Hold on.
patience.
Judge.
All right.
Judge, hold on. Is that it looks like a background, but the roof, why would you make the roof that with a stain if that was fake background? That doesn't make any sense. This is how my brain works. My brain's like, but she looks like she's at some sort of airport lounge or something. But the roof looks like a school. I think partly also Search for Spock, like my first job was at a bank when I was 15, and I took that job extremely seriously because it was extremely serious. Um, and I'm only talking about preventing fraud. And Valentino, be careful. Cold water, cold water. But so from like a really young age, in my like critical development time of like how I assess people, it was very, very important that I got it right about people's motives and people's, like, if they're telling the truth or not, because people's money relied on it. And I can't tell you how many scams I stopped. People taking advantage of elderly people, like just so many different scams. And so I think it just developed from that point where I set up little, tests. And for some reason I would call them tests in my head or whatever, but like sort of meter points where if, I expect this result and if I get a different result, I sort of flip them on different. I'm very analytical in that way, but I don't know. But that's how my brain works with aphantasia, ADHD, Aries. I'm pretty sure I'm a little autistic, and I don't mean that in a rude way at all, but whatever. Let's continue.
All right, let's go ahead and go on the record in the matter of Mead versus Mead, case number 23-02412DO. Sherry, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Relax. You could. I saw the thumb. You were fine. You don't have to move it around. All right. But as long as it's raised. All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
Yes.
All righty, ma'am. You filed a complaint for divorce in this matter back in March of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And all the allegations in it were true and accurate when you filed it?
Yes.
And they remain true and accurate to this date to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you were a resident of Kent County in the state of Michigan for at least 6 months prior to filing that document?
Yes.
And you were married to Clifford by a person authorized to perform marriages?
Yes.
And there has been a breakdown of that marital relationship to the extent that the objects of matrimony are broken and irreconcilable?
Yes.
And you presented to this court a judgment of divorce that you believe to be a fair and equitable division of your marital assets, debts, and all issues of your marriage?
Yes.
And you are not currently pregnant?
No.
All righty. In that case, I do find by and through that testimony that this court has jurisdiction because this is where you live and the proofs are sufficient under the document. So we're going to get this processed. There is a 21-day appeal period on it, so the finalization won't happen for 3 weeks. And
Okay.
once it's finalized, we're going to send you the final copies. It'll be your responsibility to send Clifford his copies. All right?
Okay. Sounds
You
good.
have a
Thank
great
you.
afternoon.
Well, look at that. Gracie, ADHD, aphantasia, Gemini. And what's your MBTI? Because I am ADHD, aphantasia, Aries, Year of the Dragon, ENTP. So many acronyms. Is what legal in Canada? I can't even remember what I just said. Oh, Clifford, the big red dog marrying the dog. No, it's not. You're gross. You're so gross. Okay. Okay, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. There's 53 of you, which is great numbers. I don't really care. I would be here if there was one of you. I was here few nights. I'm not even gonna lie. I wasn't alone for very long, but I've been here lonely before. But do you guys want to go to the wife's testimony now? Back to referee Hagan. I think that is actually, I've already decided that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. And I already even have that video almost ready to go. It's not quite ready to go, but it's almost ready to go. Oh,
Teed up too. Okay, I think it's working. So we wouldn't have this issue, and then of course,
no. So that's the one we already watched. Good. See, remember. So that means this is the armpit one. Okay, so remember, guys. Aw, Jody.
on record on case number 20155.
See, look, first of all, I gotta show this on the screen. Remember my theory. Mikey's gone now, but I had a weird theory earlier that this lady was trying to show off her armpits. Why does my brain work like this? I don't know. Honestly. I also am definitely going to make some popcorn. This is 37 minutes. 37 minutes. But I'm going to make some popcorn and I have to pee. So I'm going to get this started, get the popcorn going, and then I'll listen on my phone so I won't miss anything. And I'll chat from there. But let's just remember my armpit theory. This is why that started, because I clicked on this one first. Fuck, I'm weird. If you're here this long, please subscribe. I'm already over 1900. Oh, Scorpio rising. What am I? Fuck, I had a Saturn return that lasted 3 years, Gracie. It was nuts. Bring back Coke for Lent. I honestly, bring back Coke. I fell off the Coke wagon and then I'm out of Coke.
90 DC. Ms. Lentz, I believe I asked you right before we went off for your first witness. That's Ms. Clark, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Lentz.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, can you state your name and spell your last name just for the record, please?
Kristen Clark, Clark.
Thank you. And Ms. Clark, who first suggested that Kira be enrolled in a preschool program?
I did. I actually had her enrolled before the court order got changed.
And how did the conversation about preschool enrollment progress between you and the plaintiff after you suggested that she be enrolled?
So he agreed with it, that the preschool would be good for her. And I had already enrolled her in the Head Start program at Hannah because I had her the majority of the time. So when I enrolled her, it was what I was supposed to do because I had her for Monday through Friday. So when the court order changed in April of 20, he called the school and pulled her out due to the fact that he didn't want her there.
And were you and the plaintiff ever able to reach an agreement about where to enroll Kira at preschool?
No.
How did you find out she'd been enrolled in Grand Traverse Academy?
Which time?
For preschool.
The first time he just sent me a text and said she's going here Mondays and Wednesdays, and I didn't have her Mondays or Wednesdays, so I didn't really have a choice. It was his parenting time. There was nothing I could do about it.
And your response just now, it was his parenting time on Monday and Wednesdays. Is that why you never filed a motion for show cause, or can you explain to the court why you kind of never pursued this back when Kira first started preschool?
Mondays and Wednesdays weren't my parenting time. He can do what he would like to with her during his parenting time. That's his right as her father. No different than, if I want to take her to the beach tomorrow, It's my day. It's Thursday. I have that right. I understand the first year, Mondays and Wednesdays were his days. Obviously, I couldn't enroll her because she couldn't be enrolled in multiple places. So that just kind of threw my days out the window as far as being able to enroll her in school. But it was his parenting time. So how can I fight something that's his choice?
And were you able to hear the plaintiff's testimony earlier?
Yes.
He mentioned that the issue with, is it Hannah? Is that where?
It was.
The issue was something about his income disqualified Kira. Was that your understanding of what happened with the Hannah enrollment?
No, there were actually 3 different options. The teacher actually told us we only had to list one household.
I would object to the hearsay if she's going to go into what a teacher told her.
It's about the enrollment.
So, Ms. Clark, maybe instead of saying what the teacher told you, could you say what you understood the options to be?
So my options to enroll her were I either signed her up or he signed her up. We couldn't do both. There was no, it was one parent just signs them up. Obviously, they include both parents, but they only go off of one household. His household didn't qualify. I do. So it was our best interest for her to be able to get into the program. For her best interest was to be able to do it that way. So that was an option.
And prior to today, did you have any knowledge that the plaintiff had enrolled her at Cherry Knoll as well at one point in time?
No, I was unaware of that.
Why were you opposed to Grand Traverse Academy for the preschool?
Weekly, it's $730. But that's just the start.
For school, you were opposed for one part for the cost, $730 a week.
A month, sorry.
A month, okay.
Yes, it was $730 a month. I already have another child in Kingsley. She's been in Kingsley for the last 8 years. She's doing well. There's never been a problem. When I lived with Mr. Crayons, she still went to Kingsley. I drove from his house every day. It's a matter of Grand Traverse Academy is a struggle for me. I have to drive her to and from. I refuse to put a 5-year-old on a beta bus. That is just absurd to me.
And
but to be able to work a full schedule, I would have to put her on a beta bus or put her in quality care.
With the cost of preschool at Grand Traverse, would that have placed a financial burden on you if you had to pay it?
Absolutely.
And would the cost of uniforms for kindergarten put a burden on you?
I'm going to buy her new school clothes either way, but it's really nice if, she can wear them for whatever versus just school.
And where do you currently live?
I live in Kingsley.
And do you own that home or rent it?
Own.
And are you planning on residing there for the foreseeable future?
Yes.
Approximately how far is your home from Kingsley Elementary School?
Maybe a half a mile.
Walking distance?
Oh, easily.
And you mentioned your other daughter, Alyssa. She attends Kingsley, correct?
Yes, she does.
How does she get to school in the morning?
It just depends. She's a very friendly kid. All the other parents like her too. So sometimes I drop her off if, I have the day off, or sometimes she'll go with another parent, or sometimes she walks. It really just depends on the day, the weather. She's 12, her mood.
And if the court said Kira can go to Kingsley, how would Kira get to school in the morning? It would be the same method as Alyssa. How would you do that?
That would be fully set up, obviously, because she's only 5 and doesn't have the capability to decide, I'm going to walk to school today by myself. But if her sister walked to school and she wanted to go with her, absolutely. But otherwise, I will make sure that either I have her at school. They can be dropped off at 8:15. Or they can get on the bus. I have the option if I would like to take her to my grandma's to put her on the bus. I live too close to the school. She cannot get on the bus at my house.
And has Alyssa's attendance at Kingsley Public for the past 8 years, has that given you the knowledge of like the teachers, the coaches, the classes that are available at Kingsley Public Schools?
Absolutely. I also graduated from there myself.
Did any other family members of yours graduate from Kingsley?
My grandpa actually graduated with me. My mom graduated from Kingsley. My grandma graduated from Kingsley. My grandpa, obviously with me, so because he was a veteran. So yeah, we've got all my aunts and uncles.
Hold on. I had to run in here from the other fucking room. I got fucking shit. Your grandpa graduated with you from Kingsley? I don't even understand. I literally have popcorn on the stove right now. I ran in here to say this. What the hell? Voice. Oh my God. Okay. I got to get this popcorn. Let's continue.
And with your family's history and your history with Kingsley Public Schools, have you ever experienced anything that would cause you a concern for its ability to give Kiera education?
No.
To your knowledge, does Kingsley offer a dual enrollment program?
Yes, absolutely. They have since I was in school. So that's been going on since at least the 90s.
And to your knowledge, does Kingsley also have some sort of like outdoor program?
They do. They actually have a plot of land that was given to the school, and they bus the kids out there to do nature activities such as exploring, camping. They do different kinds of things. So they have all sorts of different programs.
And Ms. Clark, to your knowledge, and I think you mentioned earlier, there is a bus system in Kingsley, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain your mother's role in regard to that bus system?
My mother works at the bus
I would
garage.
object, Your Honor, as relevant. She said she wouldn't be qualified for the bus, so I don't understand why that would be relevant.
She's asking about the child's grandmother, so we're gonna find out how that would apply.
Okay, but she just said for the bus system. She said she's not
For
qualified.
the grant, right, but
Okay.
I think it's because, I'll let Ms. Lentz respond, but it sounds like there's probably an option for the grandmother. The bus could go there. She said that earlier.
And
she said it could not pick her up.
additionally, Your Honor, the plaintiff testified that if Kiera was permitted to attend Kingsley School, there is a bus stop near his house that goes to Kingsley School that he would be able to utilize. So I think busing is relevant to this issue.
Whoa, I agree, but I thought you were talking about the grandma.
I am. If I could just get there, it will make sense.
That's what I was saying you can do. I'm not sure. I didn't read that or hear that question as it applying to Mr. Krantz at all, but
Okay.
I understand that it applies to the grandmother. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Ms. Clark, can you explain the connection between the child's maternal grandmother and the bus system in Kingsley?
So the bus stop that Dad would be able to utilize, her grandma my mother sets up all of the bus routes. So she knows all of the drivers. She does all of the screening. She knows every bus driver has been screened by her personally. On top of that, if a parent isn't at the bus stop to pick up the child, say Mr. Kranz was not there, the bus was 5 minutes late and he was 10 minutes late, she would go back to the bus garage and sit in grandma's office until someone from Dad's house, whether it be, Dad's fiance, whoever was there to get her, she would be with grandma.
So to be clear, your mother, the child's maternal grandmother, is the director of transportation for Kingsley Public Schools.
Correct.
Okay. And currently on the days when you have Kiera, how do you get her to Grand Traverse Academy?
I have to drive her.
And how far is that drive for you?
About 20 minutes on a good day.
If Kiera was permitted to attend Kingsley Public Schools, would the amount of time that Kiera spends in the car be reduced?
Yes, she would not spend she might spend 5 minutes in the car. And that's if she, if we don't walk to school or if, you know what I mean?
Ms. Clark, do Kiera and Alyssa have a close relationship?
They have been best friends since the beginning.
And earlier, the plaintiff testified that to his knowledge, they would have like no interaction because of their age difference. Is that your understanding if Kira was permitted to attend Kingsley Public?
No.
What is your understanding of what Alyssa and Kira's interaction would be in the Kingsley Public School system?
They are all on the same plot of the two buildings are all on the same plot of land. They share a playground. She would see her sister every day outside multiple times. As the kids get to go outside, she would have all of her sisters. She would be able to explain to her, this is my building. This is this teacher. You go to this teacher for this. She would see her sister. The older kids actually mentored the smaller kids as well. Because the buildings are within walking distance. It's literally a walk across the playground.
In your opinion, would it be significant and important to Kira to have that mentorship role from her half-sister Alyssa in regard to teachers and Kingsley?
Absolutely.
And Miss Clark, where do your parents, the child's maternal grandparents, where do they live?
1/10 of a mile from me, like not even a half a block.
So they also live in close proximity to Kingsley Public Schools?
Yes.
Does your older daughter participate in any extracurriculars through Kingsley?
She does. She plays softball through the rec league in the summer, just like Kira's playing t-ball. And then starting next year, she will be in 7th grade, so she can play softball with the school.
And do your parents, the child's maternal grandparents, do they attend those extracurriculars for Alyssa?
Yes.
Do you think that your parents would continue to attend extracurriculars for Kira if she was permitted to be enrolled at Kingsley Public?
They already are. She's had t-ball games in Kingsley and they have attended.
Extracurriculars? Here's my popcorn. Look what I got. Whole bowl of popcorn to put in my face. Also, I got a mini Sprite. Don't tell Nana. And I also brought a jug of lemonade because I'm planning on working hard late tonight. So, pour some of that. And we will get started. I've been listening. Don't worry, I'm all caught up. And the stove's off.
If there was an issue with Kira during the school day, and for some reason you weren't available, would your parents be able to readily assist?
My dad is retired. He would be on top of it in a heartbeat.
And Miss Clark, in the mornings that you have Kira, is there, I don't know the right word for it, is it hectic trying to get both children ready for school in 2 different school districts?
Absolutely.
Can you run me through what a morning looks like for you and Kira with doing that?
So lucky for me, Alyssa is 12 and more to the point of able to be self-sufficient. Thankfully, because if we still lived on the other side of town and we're still renting and I was still driving both kids to school, I couldn't do it. There's no way. I was late more often than not when I had to do it for the first year to get Alyssa off of the bus. Thankfully, my mom is the one that got her because otherwise I had to choose between kids. I could only pick one up and I can't leave a 4-year-old at preschool when I have a 10-year-old that can go to grandma.
Do you think Kira would benefit from a calmer atmosphere that would be created by having both children go to the same school in the morning?
That's a good idea, Mayor. I actually just use olive oil. So olive oil on the popcorn, which is air popped on the stove. Olive oil, salt, and pepper. I don't have any Pam. I should have Pam, but I don't have any.
I would object, Your Honor. That's speculative.
We currently have to be out the door at different times in the morning.
Your Honor, I think that Ms. Clark can testify as to if there would be a calmer atmosphere in the house regarding not having to go to 2 different districts.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
right, so Ms. Clark, I'm gonna ask you the question again. Do you think Kiera would benefit from a calmer
Well,
atmosphere?
I think she'd have to testify as to whether she thinks it would be calmer. I think you're skipping that step as a foundation. Maybe that's what the
You want to know if
objection.
my morning would be calmer?
Yes, would your morning be calmer if you didn't have 2 children in 2 different school districts?
Absolutely. We wouldn't have to worry about making sure that this person's fed by this time and this person's fed by this time and this one's out the door at this time and this one's got lunch because this one doesn't have to. It's interesting.
And do you think that Kiera would benefit from a calmer atmosphere if they were both going to Kingsley?
Absolutely. She hates it. She asks me every Thursday morning, why can't I just go?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, straight hearsay there.
I'm just answering the question.
But Your Honor, I would
you don't have to respond. Your attorney, you've hired an attorney to make your legal arguments for you, okay?
Ms. Clark, yeah, we have to avoid saying what Kiera said. I know it's sometimes difficult, but we're going to try to do that for purposes of rules of evidence, okay?
Okay.
Going back to T-ball, is that the only extracurricular activity that Kiera participates in Kingsley?
That is the only one offered for 5-year-olds.
And how long has she been participating in T-ball?
About a month and a half.
And has she made any friends in T-ball?
Her whole team.
Do you have any knowledge as to where any of those children will be attending school?
Most of them will go to Kingsley.
And Ms. Clark, where do you currently work?
I work for Noble Distributing.
Did you say old? Or
Noble.
Noble. Okay, thank you. Sorry, the Zoom. And where is that company located?
We're actually located out of my boss's, I believe it's his house, but we have a warehouse and I go into stores and merchandise.
And where's the warehouse located?
Barlow.
And what are your current hours?
Flexible. I don't have a set schedule per se. If I, like last 2 weeks ago, Kira had an appointment with pre-op at Dr. Treadway's office. I went to work, left, went back to work. My boss is very flexible. He's family first. So anytime I have to drop everything for my kids, I drop everything for my kids.
So you don't have like a set schedule where you're like there from 8 to 4 every day?
I do not.
And right now, on the days that you have Kiera, are you at home helping her get ready in the mornings?
Yes.
And you're the one that takes her to Grand Traverse Academy in the mornings on your day, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently there and able to pick Kiera up from school on the days that you have her?
I actually have Thursdays off because that's the only way that I can really make it work.
And have you ever had to respond to an emergency during the school day since Kiera has been enrolled at Grand Traverse Academy?
Yes, you actually spoke of one a little bit ago.
All right, so tell me what that emergency was and kind of the context of it.
Kiera wasn't feeling well. Her teacher had sent a dojo message that she was going to need picked up. It was a Monday, so I had dropped her off at school. Mr. Kranz picks her up after school on Mondays, and he was unable to get there. So I picked her up, and then we met at 5 o'clock that evening after he was done with work.
And Ms. Clark, since Kiera has started preschool at Grand Traverse Academy, have you ever forgotten to send her with a lunch?
No.
To your knowledge, has the plaintiff forgotten to send a lunch before?
Yes.
Does
I would
this
object to some foundation there, Your Honor. She has no idea how, she doesn't know. I mean, that's not her time. There's no foundation there, Your Honor.
It was testimony during this morning's hearing.
He admitted during this morning.
I don't know if there's other foundation.
Okay. Yeah.
That's part of what he said earlier. So.
Misunderstood, sorry.
Does plaintiff forgetting to bring her lunch concern you?
Yes.
Why?
Because the school doesn't have a lunch program, and I honestly have no idea what their pantry consists of. I've never heard of it. So I truly have no idea what happens to a child if they don't have a lunch and one isn't brought to them. I know he spoke of a pantry, but like I said, I have no idea. I've never been made aware of this. I just know that if you forget to bring your child to lunch, they message you that you need to bring one.
And in the time that Kara has been in preschool at Grand Traverse Academy, did Kara ever give her teachers?
How would you know that if you've never forgotten to bring her lunch? That doesn't seem like the type of thing you would know. Doesn't make any sense. This situation's weird. Her tone is really, really, really combative, which isn't helping her.
Presents for like Christmas or Teachers Appreciation Day or anything like that?
I have sent one in for every holiday.
And is it you that typically arranges those gifts, or is it the plaintiff?
Me. He will throw in, $10, $20, but I do all the gifting and stuff.
And when Kira has an event at school, like picture day, for example, is the plaintiff aware of those events, or do you remind him?
Both.
And
She had pictures for T-ball Monday. And I had actually texted him because they were running late. They were waiting on Kira to take the pictures, and I still had to do her hair.
Do you utilize Class Dojo?
Yes.
What is Class Dojo?
Class Dojo is for communicating with the teachers. They can send pictures, they can send messages, they can ask questions about the kids. Most recently, Kira has had an asthma inhaler that she's been using on Wednesdays before.
We already heard from him, people in court, and he wasn't that bad. We spent so much time talking to the principal of the school. So much time. I think it's really classless and a bit trashy, to be honest, to drag him through the mud for forgetting a lunch maybe one day. Or picture day like that. Like, it doesn't make her sound good. It's coming across not as they want it to, I think. This is one of those cases where he already seemed to have made this decision without consulting her. That's all she needed to rest on, those laurels. But honestly, people in court, it was the beginning of the stream, and the beginning of it was slow. It really was slow to start. Mr. Tommaso is a bit of a slow lawyer, but I don't know what's going to happen here. I wonder if judge is going to make a decision. The whole point of the hearing is that they cannot agree on what school to send this preschool age child to. Yeah, I think a lot of these family cases are bad, but I just think she's saying things like, oh, I'm not going to have to worry about getting them both ready for a certain time in the morning. Yes, you will. It's just the same time. You have 2 children. You're always going to have to juggle that because you have 2 children. And I think that she's already mentioned that she doesn't have a job that she's required to be at or on at a certain time, which says that she's got a flexible schedule for these things. Again, she and her family's available to help after school. Like, I don't think she's making the right points that she needs to be making. It's like, hey, honestly, I would have come in maybe and been like, I didn't agree to this. It's not in my area. That's it, Hi, Billy. Look at her face. I know. I don't like it. I don't like her face. And look at referee Hagen's face. That's okay. Candy to get 2 toddlers out the door by 7 a.m. this morning. First of all, time is a construct. So I think that candy can be used at any time of day. It's honestly why I wonder why we hear so many children on Zoom court. It's like amateurs. I can keep kids quiet for quite a while. I mean, I will pay for it later, but if I can get an hour quiet from kids.
Gym class, the teacher has been messaging to let us know that she had it 9:50, 2 puffs. There's obviously a paper that goes with it as well, but she says that way it's an instant communication as well.
And how frequently would you say that you communicate with the minor child's teachers on Class Dojo, or teacher, excuse me?
At least twice a week.
And have you seen Kira display any sort of like developmental delays, anything like that?
When she first started, I noticed a whole lot of regression, and I've seen a whole lot more of the character building than the academic building. I'm feeling like she missed the bus by missing GSRP, but that's just my opinion.
And for the record, what is the acronym GSRP?
I don't know what that was.
Great Start Readiness Program.
And that is that the preschool you had selected for her?
That was one of them, yes. And if the GSRP was not available based on income, there was also the paid option at Kingsley as well.
So am I understanding you correctly that you believe that Kingsley is more focused on academic development than Grand Traverse Academy?
Yes.
And during your relationship with the plaintiff, was he agreeable to Kira attending Kingsley?
Yes, because I was already driving my older daughter there, so I was just going to continue to drive them both there.
And did he ever express any concern to you about Kingsley Public Schools during the time that you were in a relationship with him?
No, he had no problem attending events, never complained, nothing.
And Ms. Clark, to be clear, did you ever expressly state to the plaintiff that you agreed to enroll your child in Grand Traverse Academy?
Never.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
1 second, please. Mr. Tomaso, any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. In 2021, did you file a show cause motion against Mr. Krantz for violation of school?
No.
In 2022, did you file a show cause motion against Mr. Krantz for a change in school?
No.
In 2021, did you file a motion to for preschool for Kira?
No.
In 2022, did you file a motion for the court to determine what preschool Kira would go to?
No.
You have been sending Kira to all days besides some Fridays in utilizing Grand Traverse Academy schools. Is that correct?
No.
You just testified that you take her
She
to
has
school
only
every-
went one Friday because they interfere with my schedule being a half day.
Your Honor, she didn't let me finish my question. I mean, I was literally asking a question as she just started.
Okay, let's just start over and we'll wait. We'll do our best to wait to the end. Sometimes it's a Zoom issue, so.
And I can rephrase, Your Honor.
No.
Have you utilized Grand Traverse Academy for preschool in the 2022-2023 school year for Kira?
Yes.
And in, I believe, January of 2023, Mr. Krantz filed this motion asking for a determination of schools. Is that correct?
I don't know that it was January, so I don't know for sure. It doesn't feel like it was January, but it could have been.
For the record, Your Honor, it was signed January 11th, I do believe. I guess the actual time doesn't honor. Early in 2023, did Mr. Krantz file a motion to determine the school?
Yes,
And at that time, you had not filed your own motion, is that correct?
correct.
So, and you had no plans on filing a motion, you had you didn't have any say of where, or you didn't want to say where, at least ask the court for where Kira was gonna go to school.
I did, but I also thought that, as co-parents, that was our decision to make. I didn't think that we would really have to make this step to the court. We had discussed it previously, and I was really trying to give him the benefit of, us discussing and going over the options and the back and forth. And I just kind of got shut down. So no, I did not file anything, but yes, I did intend to. You just beat me to it.
You didn't file anything, is that correct, yes or no?
Not before you.
Okay. And it wasn't until approximately 4 or 5 months later that you then decided to file a show cause, is that correct? I believe in May of 2023.
That was filed based on her having no other parent listed on the paperwork that I received from the school.
That is not what your show cause says.
He enrolled her by himself without me. That's what
there was no question, Your Honor. You asked Mr. Krantz to do the same.
Sure, I agree.
What's going on there, bud?
Are you aware that if Kira was not placed in the lottery, that she would not be guaranteed a spot at Grand Traverse Academy for the fall of 2023 school year?
No.
And your parenting time goes till Monday evening if there's no school, is that correct?
5 p.m.
Okay. So in 2021, you said it was not your day, but it was your day and you chose to take Kira on Mondays to Grand Traverse Academy, is that correct?
It was every other, and she went some of them.
Okay, but you utilized Grand Traverse Academy in 2021 as well.
Occasionally.
Okay.
I can't knock a school if I don't try it.
And you never told Mr. Krantz that you moved to Kingsley, is that correct?
I notified the court.
You never told your co-parent that you moved with your daughter, is that correct?
I did.
You just testified that you notified in front of the court that you didn't, but you never said you testified to telling Mr. Krantz.
I did tell Mr. Krantz and the court.
Okay. Does Kingsley Elementary have a separate playground for kindergarten through maybe 5th grade students?
It's half and half, yes.
Okay, so she wouldn't be on the same playground as her sister.
Yes. It's the same playground. There's no division between them. It's the bigger kids stay on this side, the smaller kids stay on this side.
So she's not playing with her, not interacting with her during the day. They're on separate playgrounds. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No, they let siblings play together.
You've also forgotten to bring boots or clothing items to Grand Traverse Academy when Kira had school. Is that correct? On occasions?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And Kira received a lunch when it was forgot. It was just brought to her at school. Is that correct? She didn't go without a lunch?
I don't know. That would be a question for the teacher. I wasn't there.
Do you have any type of teaching degree? Did you go to school to be a teacher?
No.
Did you go to school for any type of...
I'll object to relevancy, Your Honor.
Your Honor, she testified that her daughter's regressed in all these subjects. I mean, to me, that's a very strong statement to make without any type of formal education. Regress is a very strong word, Your Honor.
I think a layperson can make a determination if their child is doing poorly or not. I mean, regression may be a strong word, but are you saying that she doesn't have that word in her vocabulary?
I'm just
think
asking.
that, so let me just settle this. I think that her background is relevant. I mean, Ms. Clark's background is relevant just in general to what we're discussing. I didn't take her opinion on that matter as an expert. I think that she can testify to that, but I still think it's fair for Mr. Tomaso to ask. Yeah, I don't know if she's a teacher. You all know your clients, right? I don't know these people other than court. So maybe she is. I mean, so I don't know. Now I know that she's not, but I think it's perfectly relevant in terms of their background. We asked about employment and schedules, all sorts of things like that I think are general foundation questions. So and some of it is relevant. Some of it I can weigh heavier than others, but in this case, I think you can ask her that. I think it's fine. But if there's going to be any other issues as to the regression part, I think that as her mother, she can testify as to what she's observed. So I don't know if that settles any pending objections or issues with that either. But yes, you can ask her about her education, and yes, you can ask her about the opinion she gave as a layperson on the regression.
Thank you.
Do you have any type of post-secondary degrees?
No.
I may have one moment here.
Sure.
What are you looking up now, buds? Are they brothers, by the way?
How long would the bus drive be for Kira if she were to utilize the stop that you had suggested for Mr. Krantz?
Morning or afternoon?
Both.
Morning, it would be about 15 minutes. Afternoon, it is about 10 to 12.
Does Kingsley have an after-school program?
Yes,
And do you know what the cost of that is?
I do not.
Do they have a morning program?
They have morning, they have after school, and they also have a summer program as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, I wouldn't have any further questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Lenz?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Clark, there's been a lot of testimony about like why you didn't file a show cause, why you didn't pursue this previously. Is one of the reasons you did not pursue the preschool issue because preschool is optional in the state of Michigan?
That's absolutely why that goes back to, I can't make a determination during his parenting time. Preschool is optional. Was I going to punish her every other Monday by saying she wasn't going to go? That's not fair to her. Just because I don't want her there, I can't. It wasn't fair to punish her, but preschool is optional. So why am I going to ask the court to do something that they're not required by Michigan law to do?
And Ms. Clark, in regard to the show cause that my office filed on your behalf, was that show cause related to a notification during this proceeding that she had been enrolled for kindergarten at GTA?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Final questions, Mr. Tomaso.
She had to be enrolled. She had to be in the lottery or enrolled prior to the hearing in order to preserve her spot for the evidentiary hearing we were having. Is that correct?
I was not a part of the GTA, so I'm unaware. Other than what was testified to this morning, I have no idea. I was not privy to that information.
So you don't attend any events or any parent-teacher conferences at the GTLA?
They do not do conferences for preschool.
Is Kira friends at Grand Traverse Academy?
Yeah, she obviously
Thank you, Your
does.
Honor.
She's been in class with him.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions, sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Lentz, as far as today's purposes, any further witnesses?
No.
That's it. Fuck. That's all there was. Okay, look what I was looking up. Come over here, beta bus. The beta bus, beta bus. Beta bus, beta bus. It's BATA, which I think stands for Bay Area Transportation Authority, Beta Bus. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Anyways, guys, I will keep an eye out. I always get his stuff when I remember. I check every day actually with him because I'm waiting for that fucking lady. You all know who I'm talking about. Waiting for that lady. But I do check every day. But I also appreciate it, Lucy, when you send these good ones to me. Because sometimes I'm like, wow. Listen, guys, it's been like what? Going on 4 hours now. Yeah, 4 hours. Exactly 4 hours. Listen, if you guys want, I have so many weird places to send you in the internet, but court-wise, People in Court, great channel right there. Credence and Mikey, amazing. Time Served, and who else? Looking at legal stuff. Tommy V and MI, you know who I'm talking about. All my people. Anyways, the other thing I was going to say is that I heard Time Served sort of back out of Friday earlier today. So I'll probably do an early live. I might do 2. We might do word games later in the evening, and then we'll do what happens if I forget one person at a time. Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody else? Because I forget constantly, but that's partly the weed. Good night, people in court. I hope you guys all have a great night. I'll be on early is what I'm saying, so please look for that. You were talking to me. What if I forget? Well, then I forget. I mean, I don't have like a method to this madness. Ah, you mean like to look up the cases, probably is what you're talking about? Yeah, I forget that all the time. That's how it goes. If Time Served doesn't go on tomorrow, I will try it actually. I'll text him in the daytime and check. And if he's gonna go see Batman, which I think he is, I think we should just give him the night off. I'm gonna give Time Served the night off tomorrow, so I'll try and go live at like 4:30 Pacific time, which would be like 7:30 Eastern. So Dayal? Oh, what? I don't know what you're talking about, Billy. But Credence and Mikey are good shit. Whatever it is. Even if they sometimes touch tips, it's okay to watch. I promise you. Yeah, I know. Actually, it'll be a good one tomorrow. Also, guys, I got a free elliptical machine. Some of you may have noticed me talking about that yesterday in Credence and Mikey's chat. I found a free elliptical machine on the side of the road, and then I called a friend and had him come and pick it up. And I got all the parts for it, and it apparently works. So that's exciting. We're gonna do court on the elliptical. Boobies jumping everywhere. All right. I love you guys so much. Please hit that like button. Leave a comment on the video. I appreciate you. I love you. What is that? Irish time. Irish time. Fuck. It's 8 hours. 8 or 7 hours. 8 hours. Oh, I know what your time delay. I know what you mean. You're 8 hours ahead of me. So that would mean it's 12:30. So it'd be 12:30 on Saturday morning, I think, for you. I think. Anyways, I love y'all. I'll talk to you later. I'm proud of you. And remember, you're awesome. We'll talk to you later. Bye. Come on, kids, get it together. Get it together.